thoughts that come into your mind, right? You have the full control, right? And I believe this is where young people actually get it wrong, because they don't know that they can actually control what they think. Because when you're able to control what you think, you can also control the outcome of your life, right? So this is where young people actually get it wrong. They think that maybe, and as they're actually in that explorative stage of their life. They want to try out new things. Yes. That's where this romantic relationship comes in. They see their other friends, pressure here, pressure there, and like, oh, your classmate of maybe just 15, 16 years will come tell you, I have a boyfriend, and he just got me an iPhone. The thing is, you, as a girl, listening to your older friend telling you that, you wouldn't even know how that phone came about.
Yes, yes, that's true.
Because if you're a responsible girl, you know that you really want to live a good life. You really, you're looking out for something better out there in life. You question things. Because even as you want to try to explore, as a young person, you should be inquisitive. Ask questions. Know why this thing is like that. Know what this is about. Right? That's also, when you are asking your thoughts, like you question your thoughts, right? So it's very, very important that you are able to question your thoughts, question the things that happen in your heart. So it's okay to crush on someone. I think I had. Exactly. You see a young guy, exactly. So you see a young guy, he's looking good, seems intelligent, he speaks well. You know, all these kind of things just gets your attention, and you're like, okay, you understand? But then, as a young person, you should be able to question your thoughts, know what's going on inside of you. So Proverbs let us know that no matter what, you should guide your heart. I'm paraphrasing. Guide your heart with all diligence, because out of it flows the issues of life.
Yes.
Right? That, because if you're not able to control what goes on in your mind, you always find yourself in a place of confusion. Because that place, that phase of you young people, that stage, teenage years, is at that point that they face the most percentage of confusion.
That's true.
Hey, confusion. I would say that confusion actually dealt with me when I was younger.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, because I'll be like, okay, a lot of things are just going on within me. A lot of things are developing. You see yourself, some new things just begin to emerge, and you're like, where all this coming from? Right? Somehow I'm the first child, so I didn't want someone that would say, okay, I'll run to this elder person, please can you tell me what's actually happening instead of me and all of that. But one way or the other, I was able to process things that happened in my heart, things that happened in my mind, and by God's grace, these emotions, they were put in check because I had a focus.
Okay.
I had a focus, and I think this is what young people really need to look into. What really is the focus for your life? Do you understand? What do you truly want to aim at in the next 5 to 10 years? Let's even say in the next 1 year. How do you want your life to come about? Right? Because I believe that was what actually helped me, because I didn't just want to be like any other girl. I didn't just want to be like any other people. I see young people around me doing certain things. I was not really, that interest was not there, because I had a focus. I know the kind of life I wanted, and I went for it.
All right.
And that has just been it for me by God's grace, as the Lord helps me.
All right.
Right. So I believe, that should be it.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's okay to have a crush on a guy or a girl?
It's okay. The other part of it is that you should be able to put that in control.
Put that in control. So let's talk about that. How can we, like, is there any practical way a young person can bottle? Because for some people, in order just to stay on the right track, they tend to bottle up their feelings. And then when they get to a certain age, they kind of find it difficult to associate with the opposite.
Yes.
So what's the, like, balanced way to, you know, handle those feelings when they come up?
Okay, I would say that to handle such feelings, you have to be, first of all, accountable to yourself.
Everything's very hard.
Yes, you have to be, see, I would say that self-accountability is what young people need, teenagers need. You know that, okay, this is where you need help. Do you understand? Because if we're talking about deliverance starts with acknowledging that, okay, you have a problem.
Yes.
There is something actually going on that needs attention.
Yes.
And you look for ways to handle that problem. So it starts with self-accountability. Okay, since last week, in the last few days, I just find myself thinking about a guy, and I can't seem to even focus on other primal matters. You understand? So what I would say is that you first of all tell yourself, is this where I am headed? You have to first of all question yourself. This is practical because it's between you and yourself. You're having a conversation with yourself, right? Because even books, personal development books, they always give this practice of always learning to talk to yourself, right? It's more like you're making your mind to be more aware of what's going on. Yeah. Right? Even your heart, because you say that our heart has this kind of jolly fellow, you know, so excited. Our heart likes to feel, you know, excitation that happens in the heart. It's always feeling like let's explore, let's try out things and all of that. But the mind is where the control center is. Yes. So you have to speak to your mind, like tell yourself, why am I feeling this way I'm feeling? Where did you can even trace back to what actually, okay, I actually like this person. Okay, but is this what you really want to go into? You understand? You have to question yourself. And when you see that, okay, this is not, because obviously the culture, the right culture that we know is that as in your teenage years, you're not supposed to be found in anything romantic relationship. It's at that point you're supposed to build yourself, right? We hear the word talents, gifts, you know, things that your strengths, things that you can do, you know, to become a better person, a better individual, a better boy, a better girl, you know, even that is the point where you are facing your education. Yes. So education should even be one of the most important priorities in your life. And if we're talking about the kind of relationship that you should accommodate, then it should just be friends who help you become a better person, not a friend who derail you and mess up your life, or you mess up your life with, right? Because how I see, personally for me, how I see romantic relationships is that a romantic relationship are for adults. Adults, and not just adults who have marriage in view. They have marriage in view. So once a young boy of 15, 16 doing with a girl, they say they are trying to explore. Like how? Like how? Okay.
So I once asked somebody this same question, and the response was, if you're having a crush on someone, I think you should just let yourself.
You see, that's one deception. That's one big deception.
She said something like, if you let yourself, just maybe let's say you like the person's hair, the height, you know, just be part of it. Just allow yourself to explore, enjoy those things you think. She said at a point it fizzes off. You know there's a point where
it does.
When you get to the apex of the crushing, you crash down.
Crash down indeed. But sometimes it can be hurtful or painful, because if we're to talk about this crush thing, it has a lot of stories in it. Okay. Do you understand? But what I would say is that we have to be careful how we allow society control us. Okay. How we allow society define the kind of life that we want to live. You understand? Because society can throw a lot of things, and most of those things that it throws at us are full of deception. Right? It's full of deception. So, like you said, it's fine that you can start developing feelings for someone. But what do you do with that feeling? That is where the most important thing lies. What do you do with that feeling? So you are asking how to handle such feelings when you come up as a young boy, as a young girl. Is that first of all, you have to tell yourself the truth, right? Yes. You have to be real. You don't need to deceive yourself, because if there's one thing I love telling young people is that you cannot deceive yourself. Yeah. Right? At that phase in your life, nothing concerns you and romantic relationship. Are you looking forward to getting married next year? Do you even have that responsibility to handle the things that come with a relationship? Do you understand? Even normal relationship between friends, family, you know the kind of attention it requires, the sacrifice, the effort. that alone, you even know that to be in a, but the thing is that society has defined this romantic relationship to look like a place where you can just come, have fun,
stay for a while,
thank you, try out things, right? Try out things, and that is where there have been a lot of decadence. You see immorality, spiraling, right, amongst young people, and it's not supposed to be so.
That's true.
It should not be so. And I believe this is something that even older people, parents, they really need to look into to divide the word of truth, if I'm to put it that way. Like, say, this is how you ought to live your life.
You know, that's actually a problem because young people do not have that opportunity to speak with their parents concerning relationship. Like, parents are not really doing, not all parents do, but a majority of parents, like from my generation, you know, these Gen Zs before the Gen Zs. So most of us do not really have that opportunity to speak with our parents on matters like this. We had to like step outside and heard what every other person had to say, apart from our parents who are actually in a romantic relationship. They just say, you know, surface tension things like, don't be there, just don't engage, just stay on your own without any reason. I know young people, they tend to rebel when they don't really have a strong reason. Sometimes you like have to convince them
to not do that.
If for people that, you know, like grow from, you know, maybe a Christian background, things like that.
I agree with you on that, because that that kind of situation, you will see that those people, when they find themselves in certain kind of situations where you know that, okay, you're not supposed to be doing this, is because they didn't have someone
to tell them
who could tell them that the way you are going, it will lead to destruction. Because even the Bible let us know that there is a way that seemeth right unto a man, but that road leads to what? Destruction. So I would say, I just wanted to say this as well. A romantic relationship is between a man and his wife. Please. It's between a man and his wife. The society has
made it look like boyfriends and girlfriends.
Exactly. You know, I don't believe in boyfriends and girlfriends. That thing is a mirage. Like, is a deception. Like a title of this, a deceptional title, if I'm to put it that way. Right? Because you say boyfriend, girlfriend, that means you not do what husband and wife are doing. Like how? Like how? Because, you know, the thing is that people don't know that when it comes to romance, when it comes to, if I'm to mention this, sex life and all of that, is that there's something that does to you. Do you understand? It's not something you just go into because you want to explore. No. That thing has, it has something it does to you, to your soul. Do you understand? That's why young people who engage in, if I'm to say premarital sex, there's something that happens to them.
Odd.
Yes, they feel like something different has happened. There has been something that has transpired. They don't feel the same. Do you understand? They don't feel the same because there are a lot of things that has become compromised on the basis of premarital sex. There's something it does to your brain. There are a lot of signals it's sending to your body. Do you understand? So the important thing, like when handling, if I should start from basics, how to handle when feelings come, first of all, is self-accountability. And secondly, look for someone you can talk to. And I think I've heard this from people that I respect who speak on matters like this. There is no way, there is not even one person in your life that you cannot open up to. And even if there's God. Amen. There is God. There is God. He's ever willing to help you come out of whatever situation you find yourself as a young person. Because obviously he was the one that helped me. And he still is up to now. Right? To put your feelings in check and also find other activities that you can engage in. There are other activities you can engage in. You can focus more like deliberately on your education. Build yourself up, learn more about yourself, right? Stay around people, your family, build relationships. Look out for people that can help you become a better version of yourself, right? Because I believe that's what should be the way.
Okay, so before we really go into, you know, a deeper dive into that aspect of other things you can do instead of having a romantic relationship, let's talk about the right time. The right time, because now you have told the person, because you know this question comes with a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Like, if I should, let me just speak the Igbo on aqua. So they'll be like, okay, yes, we are now waiting. You say we should not be in a relationship. We are now waiting. Oh yeah, when? When should we now be there? When? Okay. So a lot of questions. That particular question is like the most popular questions when it comes to teenage love and relationships. So what's your answer to that?
Okay, if I were to look at it from my perspective, I would say that when the right timing comes, you will know.
Okay.
It's not like you see an opportunity and you just know that this opportunity is for you. And how you will know that you can handle that opportunity is that there is this level of responsibility that you know you cannot handle. Because being in a relationship comes with responsibility. Do you understand? It comes with responsibility. And when you know that, okay, you know, when we talk about this responsibility now, people will say, oh, but I can handle this, I can handle this. But no, it's a no. Because as a young person, it should be that you are more focused on yourself. There are a lot of things that you can work out in your life. Do you understand? And when the right time comes, you will know. Because at that point, it should be that you have reached a level of maturity where you can be able to tell right from wrong.
Okay.
Yes, like without any external influence, right? And if probably you're a Christian girl, Christian boy, of course, God's factor is always there. God factor is always there. So you know that, okay, I can tell what's right from wrong. You understand? And if we talk about responsibility, it comes with a list, if I'm to put it that way. It comes with a list. You know that, okay, yes, I can handle hard conversations. I can tell this, but I can stay by the truth without compromising it, right? And if another way to put it is that you can be able to handle the other person. Yes, you can be able to handle the other person, because it's not just about handling yourself, but you're able to handle the other person. It comes with a knowing. I don't know how to put it, but it comes with a knowing when you know that, okay, I am ready for a relationship. And it should be that you should be quite older by then. You are focused more on yourself before focusing on another person. Do you understand? You would have focused more on yourself and know what you really want in life before looking out for someone else. Because the person you might eventually want to go in a relationship with, the person might even be depending on you to become a better version of themselves. So what if you don't actually have anything to offer?
Exactly.
Do you understand? Like, you don't have anything. You don't have a very good intellectual capability. Like, you guys cannot even hold intelligent conversations.
Conversations of what are you wearing?
Like, what's your color?
Have you eaten?
Have you eaten? Is that all relationship is all about? Because that's what teenage relationships are like. Have you eaten? No. Should I buy shawarma? Yes. You know, should we go out? Okay, let's go and play. You know, let's go out with our friends. They'll just drink, eat. What else? That's not what relationship is about. Relationship is about building each other. And it should be that in building each other, there's something you are able to offer and the other person can be able to offer to you. And that's how growth happens. Right? And because in that relationship, there's actually a focus. What do you want to achieve with that relationship? You've been in a relationship with that person. What do you want to achieve? Do you understand? So when is the best time you want to be in a relationship? Is that what do you want to achieve with being in a relationship? I believe that should guide young people. It should guide young people like, okay, I'm asking myself, when is the best time to be in a relationship? What do I want to achieve? Because when it comes with a question. Right? When? Okay, what can you look at? Right? What do you want to achieve? Being in a relationship with someone. So I believe, yes, that should help out. Yes.
All right, thank you so much. All right, before we continue on this conversation, let's step out on the street with Callista, Miss Callie, to know what the young people think about this romantic relationship. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello beautiful people, welcome to the Street Talk. Just like we always do, we are about to hit the streets to hear out people's opinion based on the topic we are discussing. So don't go anywhere. Come, let's go together. Hello.
Hello, hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Tell us your name.
My name is Onye.
So Onyi, today we are talking about saying no to negative influence. So my first question would be, why do you think youths are easily influenced negatively?
Well, I would think it's due to their peers, people of the same age and of the same thinking. So I would say because of their peer pressure.
Okay, so what are the negative influence that young people face today?
I would say cultism, teenage pregnancy, smoking, kidnapping, and rape also, and the rest.
So have you ever been pressured by a friend to do something bad?
To be honest with you, no.
Okay, so it means that you have good friends all around.
But I do hear stories about some people talking about, negative stuffs, about rape and the examples of them.
So last question, is it okay to drop a friend, to befriend someone because that person tried to influence the friend negatively? Is it okay to just quit that friendship?
I would say yes, it's okay, because your future is what matters to you more than being friends with somebody.
Person, yeah.
Yes. So if it were to be me and my friend do, be pressuring me to do something that is not bad, that is bad, I would first of all think about it, and after thinking about it, I will reject that friend.
Okay. Well, thank you. It was wonderful having you with us today. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
Amanda.
Amanda, you look so beautiful.
Thank
Has
you.
anyone ever told you that? You're a pretty girl.
Thank you.
So today we are talking about negative, saying no to negative influence. So why do you think young people are easily influenced negatively? What's the reason?
What I actually think is that like bad friends, because if you have like bad friends, you'll be negatively influenced by, first of all, if you actually want to be like a successful person in life, you actually need to have like good friends that can take you far. But if you have bad friends, they could actually like mislead you to, like, maybe if you're like in university now and you're meant to have lectures or something like that, they will like mislead you to go into all these clubs, party, or meeting up with a guy and then maybe doing stuff with the guy and then getting money or all this hookup or all that stuff. So I don't really think that you should actually be like involving yourself with those kind of people. Then secondly, what I actually think is if you don't like have God in your life, you'll be negatively influenced, because it's normally God that will actually like lead you to the path that you're meant to be led. And secondly, if you don't actually have like what they call Bible, like the scriptures, you won't actually know what you actually want in life. So me, I don't really think that, because as I'm like this now, I have my scriptures of head, both even like writing and everything. So for me, I think they should actually go. If they don't even have like books to read or anything like that will influence them, they should actually like go and get a Bible or something like that.
So you think the internet has influenced people
Yes, because all these things that we see that they claim that is content, let them like come and show it to us like real life, so we'll know if it's actually content or not. Because you may see something that is happening like in the internet, and you try to do it, then you end up being like a failure to yourself. So I don't think that it's actually like good.
So have you ever been pressured by your friend to do something bad?
Actually, no, not really, because I don't follow bad friends. Yes, I actually do things with people that have sense and people that like know what they want in their life. Because it's when you don't know those people, that's when you like be a failure. So I just don't deal with those kind of people.
Okay. So last question: do you think it's okay to quit a friendship because that person is pressuring you to fall into trouble, to go into trouble? Is it okay to say?
No. I don't really think. The only thing you can do is, if you don't want to quit the friendship, you can just be like maybe ignoring, or maybe to the extent that if you don't want to ignore the person anymore, you just be like, oh, can you stop? Like that. We need to talk about this. Yeah, we need to talk about this. Let's see how we're actually going to like bring ourselves out of this situation, because it's not like if you quit the person will still meet up another person and still like engage himself with the person. So what I think is that you should just like sit the person down and like be like, oh, let's talk and everything. So that's it. That's what I really think.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Have a nice day.
Okay.
Bye. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
So tell us your name.
My name is Chinaza.
Chinaza, you're such a handsome guy. I hope you know.
Thank you.
So today we are talking about saying no to negative influence. My first question today would be, what are the negative influence young people face today, the major ones?
I'll say number one, smoking, cultism, robbery, theft. Yeah, that should be the most major ones, yes.
So why do you think young people are easily influenced into doing these things that you just mentioned?
Number one, their surrounding, the school they attend, the friends they keep. Yeah, these are the major ones.
Okay. So you think school can actually influence?
Yeah, yes.
So that means parents should be careful why
before choosing schools,
so
yes.
how do you think parents can actually know how the school environment is before registering their children?
For me, I would say that a parent should know the school before going to go and put the students in that, is our child in that school.
Maybe they
because
should
ask around about this school. Because my mom now, before she puts you in a school, she know about that school like 100%. She's sure like this school is going to give you what you want. That's what she does. So yeah.
So Chinaza, personally, have you ever been pressured by a friend to do something bad?
Yes, I will say yes, but it was not.
Please tell us about it.
Okay. I went to a school that you see things that are tempting. Things like when you see a boy now, just carry like 20K and enter school. You be like, this guy is a senior man. No. You not do let you go and do your own. But see the thing, everybody have a conscience. When you're about to do something, that will be telling you, guys, don't do this thing. So yeah.
Okay. So is it okay to drop a friend who is constantly trying to influence you negatively?
I will say with immediate effect. You should do it. Yes, do it.
So you do it also, you drop friends?
Yes, like the school I'm going to now. I know that there are some people there, like, I'm even thanking God that my mom said that I should change school. Yes.
Okay, Naza, thank you so much. We are happy to have you here today.
Thank you.
Do have a nice day.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, young man. How are you?
I'm fine.
So tell us your name.
My name is Chimobi Chibike.
So Chimobi, today we are talking about saying no to negative influence. My first question to you would be, what are the negative influence young people face today? The major ones.
Negative influence. The major negative influence I know are like smoking, cultism, bad peer groups, that kind of stuff.
Okay. So why do you think young people are easily influenced by these things you just mentioned?
First of all, bad government and bad peer groups. In your everyday life, you still meet bad peer groups and good ones. But the most, you must meet your bad friends and good friends in everyday life. You must experience bad things and good things in your everyday life.
Okay. So personally, have you ever been pressured by a friend to do something bad?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us about it.
It all started when I entered just one actually. You know, at the school, I was actually on my own reading. One of my friends came to me because that time, you know, we have reverend fathers that used to walk around and catch people that used to misbehave. So I was reading, my friend told me, because we are banned from plugging mangoes and all that stuff. My friend told me, so let us go and plug the mango. We went to go and plug the mango. Then my reverend father caught us and lashed us like 25 strokes to 50 strokes of cane.
Okay, so you were punished because of the bad
friends
behavior.
Yeah.
So my last question would be, is it okay to quit friends that are negatively influencing you?
Yes, with immediate effect. It requires immediate effect.
So did you quit that your friend?
Yeah, actually yes.
So you ended the friendship?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
With immediate effect.
So thank you so much. We're happy to have you today.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
To have a nice day.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
Onyemechi Godwin Akachukwu.
Onyemechi Godwin Akachukwu. So today we are talking about saying no to negative influence. So my first question would be, what are the negative influence young people face today?
Some people face a more lack of money, like your parents will not give you money to come to school, make you to steal.
So what do you think are the major things that pressure people into being influenced negative?
Something like peer pressure, bad friends, and a more lack of not consistent with what you have.
Okay. Not being contented with what you have, right?
Yes.
So personally, have you ever been pressured by a friend to do something bad?
No.
Okay. But is it okay to quit a friendship because the person is constantly trying to pressure you into doing evil? Is it okay to quit that friendship?
Yes. Yes.
Would you quit a friendship?
Yes.
If the person tries to influence you?
If the friend is the evil one that is forcing you to do something bad, you quit it.
Okay. Thank you so much. We are glad to have you today.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi and welcome to the game segment where we'll be having so much fun and testing your knowledge about the things happening around us. So don't go anywhere as we find out who wins our 1,000 naira today. Let's go. Hi and welcome to the game segment. What's your name? Kamsiyochukwu. So this game is very simple. If you get to answer 5 questions correctly, you win 1,000 naira. Are you in?
Yeah.
Okay, so question number 1. Who is the president of Nigeria?
President of Nigeria, that is Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Okay, so that's correct. Second question. What is the full meaning of HP? HP, like HP laptops. Haven't you seen that company computer? HP, what's the meaning of HP?
I think it's high power.
No, that's wrong. Thank you for joining us. Chop knuckle. Hi and welcome to the game segment. So what's your name?
Onyemechi Godwin Akachukwu.
Akachukwu. So this game is very simple. Get to answer 5 questions correctly and win 1,000 naira. Are you in?
Yes.
Okay. Question number 1. How many colors are on the Nigerian flag?
2 colors.
Okay, that's correct. Question number 2. What is the full meaning of HP?
Hyper Packard.
Is it?
Hyper Packard. Sorry, MS Packard. MS Packard.
It's not helmet, but since you have an idea,
I have an idea.
but since you have an idea, it's Helmet Packard. So that's correct. Next question. Who is the first African to win the Ballon d'Or?
Jesus.
Don't have any idea?
Tomat.
Chop knuckle, you tried. Hi and welcome to the game segment. So what's your name?
My name is Nscdc.
Nscdc. So this game is very simple. You get to answer 5 questions correctly and win 1,000 naira. Are you in?
Okay, I am.
Okay, question number 1. Who is the governor of Enugu State?
Well, the governor of Enugu State is Petermbah. Am I correct?
Okay, yeah, that's correct. So, second question. What's the full meaning of HP?
The full meaning of HP? Hyper Helmet Pack. Am I correct?
No, you're not correct. Thank you for joining us. Hi and welcome to the game segment. So what's your name?
Chude Chinaza.
Chude Chinaza. So Chinaza, this game is very simple. You get to answer 5 questions correctly and win 1,000 naira. Are you in?
Yes.
Okay. Question number 1. What is the capital of Nigeria?
Abuja.
Okay, that's correct. So, how many colors are on the Nigerian flag?
2.
Okay, that's correct. The third question, who is the first African to win the Ballon d'Or?
George Weah.
Correct. And the fourth question before the final one, which country has won the FIFA World Cup most times?
I'll say Argentina.
You tried, but that's very wrong. Hi and welcome to the game segment. So what's your name?
My name is Tinubu Chibike.
Chibike.
My friends call me Lighter.
Lighter. Why do they call you Lighter?
It's a long
set
story.
things on fire.
When I'm there, I bring vibes. Yeah.
Okay. So make sure you bring that vibes to this game. So you have.
By God grace.
So this game is simple. You have to answer 5 questions correctly and win 1,000 naira. Are you in?
Yeah, I'm in. Very in.
Okay. Question number 1. Who was the first executive president of Nigeria?
God.
Okay, I think this one is too hard. Let me make it easy for you. Okay, how many colors are in the Nigerian flag?
Color now.
Come out your face.
It's 3 now.
Green and white. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Green now.
All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Jive, and we are on the conversation of teenagers and romantic relationship. And we're here in the studio with Martha, who was baking something so special and important for us to listen to. So we're already, far behind the time. So let's talk about boundaries, and things teenagers should do while you're not into relationship, the things that, because some teenagers kind of have their minds a little bit clouded by these thoughts of romantic relationship, because looking back to our parents, there was this thing everybody wanted to do, which was after secondary school, if you happen to attend any, you get married. So it was kind of like a thing that, okay, once you have achieved this, you have gotten everything. Yeah. So for young people too, they feel like, marriage is like, so while their minds are a little bit clouded on, romantic relationship and stuff, what else can they like venture into? And they can actually talk about the boundaries they can set, with the opposite gender to maintain a cordial relationship.
Okay, all right. This question comes with a lot. So what I would say is that let's start with boundaries. the reason for boundary is like something, a set of rules that you use to keep yourself safe, right? You keep yourself safe, that keeps you constrained, right? Constrained, because not just safe, but it keeps you constrained from doing certain kind of things. That's what boundaries are. And what actually sustains boundaries is the kind of principles that you live by, right? The values you imbibe, right? And okay, if this person is not going the way I'm going, there's no need why I should even be in a friendship with this person, right? So as a young person, the thing is that you should surround yourself with important life principles. Important life principles. What I would say is building yourself. You understand? Building yourself. So how boundary comes in is that you have to ensure that if this person is not going the same way that you are going, or you mingling with this person, is going to derail your life. It's going to mess up your life. You should not be working with that person. You should not be working with that person, because there's no way any young person don't want to become a better version of themselves.
That's true.
There's no way you don't want to enjoy life in a good way, because nobody wants anything bad to happen to them, right? So the thing is that you have to first of all ask yourself that, okay, who do I really want to be known for? Who do I really want to become? What do I really want to achieve in life, right? So these things, when you're able to answer them, right, it will give you the kind of boundaries you should live by. It should give you the kind of boundaries you should live by. And if it's about the opposite sex, you have to be as transparent as possible. Know what you can accept, know what you cannot accept. Stand your ground. Especially as a young girl, you should be able to say no. When a guy is trying to make advances over you and you are like, this is not the value I live by, this is not the principle my life goes by, you say no. As a young person, you don't need to be an adult or come to a certain stage in your life before you start knowing how to say no. You have to learn to say no to certain things you know that is going to affect your life negatively. So it starts, because you know all these things start with friendship. A guy will just come and will be like, I just want to be your friend. You understand? And you wouldn't be able to tell the ulterior moves that person have at heart concerning you.
All right. So finally, I want you to like give a vote of advice, you know, to a younger person who is a little bit still confused about relationship. Like, what will you tell that young person? That's the last question before we round up.
Okay. So what I would say is that give yourself to growth. Give yourself to growth. Give yourself to personal development, right? There are a lot of things about you that you are yet to discover, right? There is so much more that is out there in the world, in a good sense, that can help you become the best version, if I'm to put it like that. So become someone who has an excellent mind. You know, you are able to put your creative mind to use, right? Because every young person, you are creative. You can look out for ways to establish yourself in things that can even help the people around you, being a producer instead of a consumer, right? And I believe that is what is going to help young people. Give yourself to growth. Give yourself to personal development. Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mata Okenwa.
Right.
It was actually an amazing time with you here in the studio.
Much. Thank you so much.
All right. And if you joined us till this very moment, then you are very lucky, because, of course, you've learned one or two, of course. And this is where we'll be wrapping everything up. This is Teens Jive, and this is the conversation. The topic is teenagers and romantic relationship. Yes, you should know what you want to go for. You should know who you want to become and the people you allow into your circle. Not just the guys or the boys. Anybody at all who is not going your way should not be in your boat. So until next time, I am Onyinyechi Ugu.
know this sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
Good afternoon and welcome to Aneke TV News at 3. The headlines. Oyikonsola Badejo Okunsoya assumes leadership as 33rd President of Nigerian Bar Association. Federal government orders immediate installation of solar street lights and CCTV surveillance on Niger bridges. Transmission Company of Nigeria declares force majeure following tower collapses on burning KB Niamey line. Details of the news. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, Rivers State Council, has ordered the Nigeria Union of Teachers to suspend all monthly salary deductions for its newly introduced End Well Cooperative Scheme. State NLC Chairman, Comrade Alex Egwanwo, issued the directive during an emergency labor mediation meeting in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Comrade Egwanwo noted that the intervention became necessary following widespread pushback from public school teachers over the mandatory monthly deduction of 2,000 naira from their salaries. He explained that the directive effectively halted a planned protest by aggrieved teachers in Port Harcourt, preventing potential security breaches during the annual Nigerian Bar Association conference. Comrade Agwawa urged security agencies to investigate the financial dispute, while Labour leaders continue consultations with the NUT leadership to achieve an amicable resolution. The Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities Southwest Zone has appealed to Ondo State Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa to resolve the financial crisis confronting Adekunle Ajashin University, Akongba Akoko. The association's Southwest Zonal Chairman, Dr. Abdul Sober Salam, made the call during the union's Executive Council meeting held in Akure, Ondo State. Dr. Salam said that staff members were owed 54 months of national minimum wage arrears and over 10 years of unremitted hazard allowances. He noted that systemic career stagnation and unverified pension backlogs dating back to 2008 continues to demoralize non-teaching staff across the institution. Responding on behalf of the institution, Adekunle Ajashin University Management assured that executive engagements are ongoing with the Ondo State government to clear the outstanding statutory entitlements. Lecturers at Kaduna State University have commenced a 2-week warning strike following the expiration of their ultimatum to the Kaduna State government. Chairperson of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Kaduna State University Chapter, Dr. Peter Adamu, announced the commencement of the industrial action in Kaduna. Dr. Adamu stated that the 300 million naira released by the state government for earned academic allowances was insufficient to address total accumulated staff claims. He emphasized that the strike targets the non-implementation of key provisions in the baseline salary structure agreement, unpaid promotion arrears, and threats to university autonomy. Reacting to the development, Kaduna State Commissioner for Education, Professor Mohammed Sani Bello, stated that government representatives remain in closed-door negotiations with union executives to reopen the university promptly. The Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, has called on the federal government to implement the 65-year retirement age for clinical health professionals across all tertiary medical institutions. NMA President Dr. Afeyide Omoti made the call during a press conference in Abuja following the association's National Executive Council meeting. Dr. Omoti stated that delaying the policy implementation worsened severe brain drain and acute doctor shortages caused by medical brain drain nationwide. He emphasized that retaining experienced consultants and clinical specialists up to 65 years will stabilize healthcare delivery and preserve institutional memory. Dr. Omoti urged the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare to issue clear operational circulars enforcing the unified retirement age without administrative bottlenecks. The Nigerian Publishers Association has instituted legal proceedings against the federal government and the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council over a new textbook ranking policy. The body's executive secretary, Rotimi Iyiola, announced the filing of the suit at the Federal High Court in Ibadan, Oyo State. Iyiola stated that the lawsuit challenges the statutory authority of Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council to force commercial publishers to re-evaluate previously certified textbooks at compulsory fees. He argued that forcing publishers to comply under threat of banning existing educational materials from schools lack statutory backing and presidential approval. Iyiola affirmed that while the association seeks judicial determination, publishers remain open to constructive dialogue to establish a transparent legal textbook evaluation framework. The Association of Legislative Drafting and Advocacy Practitioners has petitioned the National Judicial Council and the Code of Conduct Bureau to investigate Federal High Court Chief Judge Justice John Toso. Executive Secretary of the Association, Dr. Tonye Clinton Jaja, disclosed the details of the dual petitions submitted in Abuja. Dr. Jaja alleged that Justice Toho engaged in judicial misconduct and conflict of interest regarding the formal recognition of non-litigation legal practitioners seeking the Blue Silks designation. He claimed the Chief Judge prejudiced an ongoing lawsuit by heading an internal administrative panel on the same matter and reassigning the case shortly before judgment delivery. Dr. Jaja urged both oversight bodies to conduct a full investigation to protect judicial integrity and ensure fair administrative procedures within the Federal High Court system. Oyikonsola Badejo Okunsoya has assumed office as the 33rd president of the Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) following her swearing-in ceremony. Outgoing president of the NBA, Afam Osigwe, administered the oath of office in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Badejo Okunsoya expressed gratitude to members of the legal profession, promising to uphold the rule of law, protect judicial independence, and promote lawyer welfare nationwide. In his validatory address, outgoing President Afam Osigwe handed over official instruments of office, highlighting key administrative achievements of his executive team. The inauguration ceremony was attended by justices of superior courts, senior advocates of Nigeria, and delegates attending the annual general conference of the association. The federal government has ordered the immediate installation of solar-powered streetlights and live closed-circuit television surveillance on the first and second Niger bridges. The Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi, issued the directive during an inspection tour of the critical transport corridors connecting Anambra and Delta states. Senator Umahi stated that the security installations aim to curb persistent structural vandalism, including the theft of expansion joints, bolts, and overhead steel components. He addressed temporary nighttime closures of the first Niger bridge to ensure structural maintenance and structural reinforcement operations. Senator Umahi also directed law enforcement agencies to arrest illegal sand miners operating around the bridge abutments, warning that destructive riverbed dredging poses severe structural threats. The Oyo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to deepening intelligence-driven security operations through enhanced partnership with military defense institutions. Acting Governor of Oyo State, Bayo Lawal, stated the administration's position while receiving a delegation from Defense Intelligence College in Ibadan. Lawal stated that security remains the fundamental pillar of the state's economic expansion and public safety initiatives. He emphasized the necessity of joint collaboration in early warning systems, counter-insurgency tactics, and community-based intelligence gathering to combat Bugaje explained that the study tour provides practical field insights to strengthen intelligence officers' operational effectiveness nationwide. The Enugu State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has announced that the monthly environmental sanitation exercise will take place across the metropolis alongside the Enugu International Marathon. The managing director of ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, made the announcement in a statement in Enugu. Onaga stated that movement of persons and vehicles will be restricted along designated marathon routes, including Abakaliki Road, Ogui Road, Okmara Square, and the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway. He encouraged residents to actively sanitize their surroundings while keeping collected domestic waste within their premises until official municipal collection resumes. Onaga added that designated waste collection points will accept public disposal starting after the conclusion of the marathon event. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Oyikansola Badejo Okunsoya assumes leadership as 33rd President of Nigerian Bar Association. Federal government orders immediate installation of solar streetlights and CCTV surveillance on Niger bridges. Coming up shortly, Transmission Company of Nigeria declares force majeure following tower collapses on burning KB Niamey line. Do stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. The Federal Ministry of Finance has called on citizens, corporate entities and industry stakeholders to submit policy proposals for the upcoming Finance Bill 2027. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, announced a public consultation drive in an official statement issued in Abuja. Edun stated that the initiative aims to gather evidence-based recommendations to reform Nigeria's fiscal framework, reduce administrative bottlenecks, and enhance business competitiveness. He encouraged public inputs targeting tax administration, debt sustainability, intergovernmental revenue sharing, and the elimination of fiscal leakages. Edun confirmed that submissions remain open through official digital channels until the designated closing deadline. The Katsina State Executive Council has approved a proposed budget estimate of 829 billion naira for the 2027 fiscal year. Governor Diko Rada presided over the Executive Council meeting where the draft budget proposal was ratified in Katsina. State Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Bello Kambarawa, stated that the estimate represents a 69 billion naira decrease from the previous fiscal year's allocation. Kambawara highlighted that 77% of the total budget is dedicated to capital expenditure, with 23% allocated for recurrent costs. He noted that critical investments will focus primarily on social services, road infrastructure, rural healthcare expansion, and educational development across all local government areas. The Federal Ministry of Finance has welcomed the reclassification of Nigeria's capital market to frontier market status by global index provider FTSE Russell. Minister of Finance Wale Edun reacted to the market upgrade in an official policy statement issued in Abuja. Edun described the upgrade as a global endorsement of Nigeria's ongoing macroeconomic, foreign exchange, and capital market structural reforms. He stated that the reclassification restores international institutional investor confidence and opens new foreign portfolio investment inflows into the domestic economy. Edu added that the federal government will sustain policy momentum to eventually transition the country's capital market into emerging market status. The Transmission Company of Nigeria has officially declared force majeure on the 132 kV Burning KB Niema International Transmission Line following severe structural damage. General Manager of Public Affairs at TCN, Ndlea, announced the operational disruption in an official press release issued in Abuja. Mbah stated that heavy rainfall and destructive windstorms collapsed 3 major transmission towers at Chibike village, interrupting bulk power export to Niamey. She confirmed that emergency engineering crews and technical contractors have been mobilized at the site to rebuild the collapsed tower structures. Mbah assured affected cross-border electricity consumers that technical teams are working to restore bulk power transmission within the shortest possible time frame. And now to sports news. Niger Tornadoes Football Club of Minna has received a financial boost ahead of their Nigeria Premier Football League opener against Eyimba International FC. Chairman of the Niger State Sports Commission, Danjuma Abdul Masu, announced the financial incentive while addressing the team at the Bako Katangora Stadium in Minna. Masu presented a cash boost of 500,000 naira to the players and technical crew during their final pre-match training session. He announced an additional 2 million naira winning bonus if the team secures all 3 points against the Aba-based club. Team head coach Majin Mohammed expressed gratitude for the executive support, assuring sports stakeholders that the squad is fully prepared to secure victory. And on entertainment news, Nigerian musician Techno Miles has sparked widespread industry debate after publicly challenging the historical attribution of Fela Anikulapo Kuti as the sole founder of Afrobeats. Techno made the remarks during an interview on New York radio station Hot 95 FM, Hot 97 FM. The singer argued that Eastern High Life legends, including Chief Oliver De Coke, played fundamental roles in shaping the rhythmic foundations of modern Nigerian popular music. He stated that Fela received primary historical recognition due to extensive international touring, while other influential regional music pioneers remain underrepresented. Techno clarified that while Fela influenced his musical journey, his creative style remains deeply rooted in the classic high life records played by his father. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Oyikonsola Badejo Okunsoya has assumed office as the 33rd president of the Nigerian Bar Association following her inauguration in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. She succeeded Afam Osigwe, who handed over executive leadership. The federal government has ordered the immediate installation of solar streetlights and live CCTV monitoring on the first and second Niger bridges. Minister of Works David Umahi issued the directive to curb persistent vandalism, structural theft, and illegal sand mining. The Transmission Company of Nigeria has declared force majeure on the 132 kV Burning KB Niamey transmission line after heavy windstorms collapsed 3 towers at Chibike village. Emergency technical crews have been deployed to rebuild the collapsed infrastructure and restore bulk electricity supply to Niamey. That's news across the country at 3. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochamwa. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Hello everyone, we are here again. As we understand, it's the holiday season for school children. Now today we are asking a pertinent question. Should students be allowed to just enjoy the public holiday period? Or should they be enrolled, into school skill acquisition classes or school holiday lessons organized by schools? We're asking teachers, parents, traders on what they think is the best fit for students during the holiday season.
The best thing I propose for them is that lesson is okay, because what they are teaching now is what they will meet in first term scheme of work. But the teaching will not take time. Their holidays lesson is just from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So it takes them time to learn what they're supposed to meet the next term. It is good. After that 12 o'clock, they will go home and rest. It's okay.
I'm again, how's the can go? Can you see another one? Now steady on a head chicken. I'm on our recording. Okay, yeah, Shibuna. Oh, my, now more like our French and Obata, or one like a Ghana, gonna go school. Now, Mukwalaka at the same time. I have been when is Mikana, where is Mika Brenia Machokatan now?
Just like the popular saying, an idle mind is a devil workshop. So I wouldn't want any child to stay at home. It's better you engage them, especially those that are working in a firm, like those that are working in a radio station or a teacher. It's better you engage your child so the person will know whether I am to continue with what my parents are doing or I'm to choose my career.
Holiday for me, it is for them to rest. So, but at the same time, at least if they have other things, that can keep them busy, that will not much stress them on, or just like the time that they're studying. There's something that is going to be make them lesser stress. If they will be engaging in such a thing, it will be good.
I suggest we're not getting on holidays. A jechoro ho obere ọrụ aka. Ụfọdụ bụ ndị na-amụ ịkwa akwa, ụfọdụ bụ ndị salon, ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na-amụkwa ihe furniture, ụfọdụ na-amụ alụmako. Kama ịnọwa nkịtị onye ahụ chifo ọpụta nwee ihe ọ na-amụta ya wụọ nwee ka akwụkwọ si gụchaa akwụkwọ ịma na o nwegwa aka ọrụ karịa ịnọwa nkịtị n'ụlọ maka ọ nọrọ nkịtị ọ na-anyị nọkịta n'ahịa bifo ị naruo asị gị na ọkwụwa mmadụ isi ma onye asị gị na ya na-achọ ọkụkọ ya ma na ya na-achọ ewu ya mana onye ahụ pụta anyị na-apụta ọpụta chi na-eji ọnata bifo ọ na-amụ ihe na-emenụ ọ na-aba na mkpu ụra.
Holidays na-adịkwa ma in a way mana holidays time bụ oge ụmụaka ji enyere parents aka. Sometimes dịka anyị nwa nọ na shop o nwere onye nke gbagote tukwuru ọ bịakwa join na the business ka ọ fụkwa ebe esi eweta the ego eji akwụrụ ụgwọ school. Also holidays dịkwa mma oge ndị nwere chance ji eji amụ ọrụ mụtata ọrụ maka na ọrụ bụ knowledge ga-adị ya n'ime ọ gachagoro school ọ ga-enye dị ka ọrụ.
Everybody should enroll his or her child to skill, even if it's fashion, hairdressing, anything, but let it be skill. It mustn't be education all the time. Yes, education is very good. It's very good. Already they are into education, but they need skill because it pays now.
I want my children to go holidays for village, for my mother's house, is because let them know their village. There are peoples in the village, because children were there for township supposed to know their village. Them supposed to know, no be only me born am. I get mama wey born me before I born the children.
Vacation, long vacation. This is really enough time for them to have a rest and a review of actually what they have studied all these years. During our own time as a student, we close by 2 o'clock and we rush home to do other things. But these days, hardly do pupil or student close by 2 o'clock. You find out they close by 4 o'clock. Why? Some of them have lessons ongoing. This long vacation, it is a time that children need to rest, at least a little bit. It is true that hence all the schools, and mostly the private schools, clamor for private lessons during this holiday. It don't supposed to be so. It don't supposed to be so. Because what are they really teaching? Is it what they have taught them before now? Or are they teaching them what they had to know before? Are they teaching them different things from what the curriculum, the school curriculum contains? I don't really know. And this should also be the time that parents should relate more. Parents should look into the children and find out actually what is happening. Has this teacher been able to train my child in the way I want them to go? This is the time to even look at their spiritual life, because things are happening these days. They call themselves Gen Zs. Gen Zs in what angle? Gen Zs into crime. Parents should not leave the training of their children only to the hand of their teachers. You don't know the character of the teacher. You don't know how the teacher was brought up.
If a vox pop proves anything, it only highlights that humans have varying opinions to different subjects of conversation. And as we've listened to parents, some have said, oh, they need to engage in holiday lessons so as not to forget what they've been taught. Some have said they need not engage in holiday lessons. Whatever the divide is, we understand one thing, that parents and guardians want what's best for children, be it to learn trade or to gain quality education. It's all in the best interest of their children and their wards. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff ring, something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top of the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff ring, something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame team. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff ring, something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Sunlight. I'm going with you, and I will get
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
Hello and welcome to Eastern Voices, the program that brings you closer to the ideas, issues, and perspectives of the southeastern part of Nigeria, and brings it closer to you within the sphere of Nigerian political, economic, and social sphere. And so it's time again, and we implore everyone to come together and get ready as we explore the various issues that are in the front burner of public discourse. Thank you and welcome. My name is Emeka Odom.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Gradually, moves into the 2027 general elections, and we are moving into a major election in Nigeria, and with all the contestants and all the big wigs still on the ballot this time around. The question is, how can we get it right? There's a whole talk about coalition, all the various political parties coming together to put their resources together to oust the incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress. Now the question is, how far can the coalition work? This is not the first time we are hearing this issue of coalition. But today, we will take a perspective of all that. And again, most importantly, find out how does this align well with the quest, the standing quest of the people of the southeastern Nigeria, as they have been asking for a Nigerian president of southeast extraction. I'm not alone in this program today. I have with me an authority and somebody I know very clearly who will help us to dive into these things and solve some of these riddles. Please join me as I welcome my very good friend, Obinna Obuka. Obinna Obuka is the chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Enugu State Council. Mr. Obinna, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a delight to have a conversation with you.
Thank you very much.
Now, let me ask, first and foremost, the All Progressives Congress, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his All Progressives Congress has released a whole long list of members of the Presidential Campaign Council, and of course, a lot of Nigerians are talking. So, how do you react to that list? I mean, with all the dynamics, how do you react to that list?
Well, okay, talking as a Nigerian that I am, and somebody who also very dear to the people and very close to the grassroots, it as it's a very, to them, to APC, it's a well calculated plan to maybe in one aspect to scare the people, because if you look at the names there, they are big politicians.
Very big indeed.
That has a fat pocket.
Exactly.
So it's a very big, it's a well calculated attempt for them to make sure they have the grips of all the states and even the constituencies of to themselves, and make sure they win the election, because they're already aware that the battle is coming.
Exactly.
So in 2023, they least expected what happened.
Yes.
And it took them by surprise. And maybe that is later on this program, because of the topic, we might now look at what really happened and what will happen this time around related to the Southeast.
Yes. Now, talking about the Southeast, we'll move straight into the Southeast. Again, also, for the meantime, I'm going to stay with that Presidential Campaign Council. It appears as if within the Southeast here, I mean, we have 5 states here, 3 of the governors are in APC. Enugu State, Imo State, and Ebonyi State. But you see that the governor of Imo State is the secretary, and of course we know how powerful secretaries can be in every organization. And are you thinking there's anything strategic, or is it intentional to have the governor of Imo State as a secretary of that campaign council?
Yes, strategic. You know, the man is a game player, and he has been vocal. He has been so strong in supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So it's not a mistake. And if you give him a chance, he will mobilize and immobilize and immobilize. So when I mean a game changer, you must have your eye on the ball when it concerns Governor of Imo State.
Exactly.
If not, before you blink an eye, you will not see that ball again. So what I mean is that being the secretary is being close to that campaign.
Yes.
In terms of planning, both the resources and managing of the whole, because you cannot give that position to somebody who you not trust.
Yes.
Anything can happen during campaign.
Exactly.
People can be there to just be a mole.
Yes.
And maybe get information.
Yes.
He has to be strategic in giving it to people. If you just look at those who are there. These are the kitchen cabinet. These are the people who he can go home and sleep. And maybe having the trust that the president is safe and the vote and everything is safe.
Yeah.
So, and these are the people who can, they can not only, rest assured that they will not even tamper with the campaign money alone. They are ready to even put their own money.
Yes.
And even state resources.
Yes. You recall now in 2024 when the Imo State governor had his re-election. For the very first time, we had all the 27, he practically won in all the 27 local government areas. This is something many people considered very unprecedented. Are you also looking at the possibility of maybe repeating the same thing, trying to wrap up the entire Southeast for APC for 2023, 2027? Are you seeing something like that?
No, in as much as I believe that he's a political strategist.
Yes.
And a game changer. I didn't believe that he's not going to work in Southeast.
Okay.
Because let me use this local parallel that says monkey know how to jump. It's because trees they close.
Yes.
It's because
if trees know they close,
you will not know that monkey does not know how to.
Exactly.
There is a massive. It happened in 2023. All of them were maybe against.
They were jolted.
Yes, obese ambition.
Okay.
But the people came out in mass and voted so massively that you will even be afraid. Even the River said it happened. So even Wike was like struggling to see how he can get it 25%. And that is negotiation. That is where I'm coming from, where I may like to discuss about this program.
Yeah.
The ability of the Southeasterners to know when to negotiate,
okay,
to get the big meat.
Yeah.
And they know when to play politics,
yeah,
and know when people are deceiving you and giving you small position.
Okay.
So that you come back after 2-3 years after the election and got a minister and will be clapping.
Yeah.
And maybe you got a federal board and will be clapping. So for them to know when to play the politics, look at the political shape of the country and what determines the mood of the nation at that time, and who gets what and when, and play that politics and be sure that they get in. Just look at what Ababio did. He monitored the whole process, and at the primary of APC,
yes,
he has to step down for Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Yes, sir.
And you are stepping down and you are giving something.
Yes.
You are now bringing your own team at the right time to say, I am stepping down for
after all, they say politics is who gets what and how he gets it.
How?
Exactly.
So
now I agree with you. Now, you see, last week here, we on this program we discussed a very important topic. The Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, has been going around, of course, trying to encourage people in the Southeast to vote for the current APC, for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election. And his point is that he has given a very fair share to the Southeast. But that's not the topic for today. I will still have to have that conversation with you because I need to get different perspective to that, conversation. But now, talking about, the 2027 general elections, the Southeast, for a very long time, has been agitating to have a Nigerian president from the Southeast. And a lot of people have also agreed that it's a legitimate request. I mean, quest. After all, Nigeria is divided into 6 geopolitical zones, and of course, if you look at that, I mean, if you leave that, you come to the traditional tripod upon which the nation stands. You know, even after independence, is what we may call today as the West, the East, and the North. And since 1994. The other two have had a quest at the presidency, and they've all gotten it. So why wouldn't the Southeast? Now, in the midst of all of these arguments, today you have a president from the Southwest who is being challenged by somebody from the North, principally, and somebody from the East. Now, a lot of other people have also come to say that, look, the president is very strong. To beat an incumbent is not a one-day job. And it is not something that only the Southeast can pursue and grab. Even the North, I mean, with their voting power, they alone may not be able to grab it unless there's some kind of coalition, unless there's some kind of agreement among the opposition. And that is, you know, the thrust of our discussion today. The point is, how do you see the possibility of a coalition in 2027 against the incumbent APC?
Well, before I go into that question you asked, let me take your mind back to 2023, when Mr. Peterobi and that Labour Party was like trying to go into this coalition. Know fully well that, first of all, you know that power is not given.
Exactly.
It's taken.
Exactly.
So, and the division of politics by Ndibo says ndorondoro.
Yes.
So, meaning that ana diado, ane so you cannot just sit because you are from Igbo, you are an Igbo man, power should be given to us. No, yes. It's not working.
Sure.
So now, having that at the back of our mind, in 2023, Obi tries as much as possible to convince Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso to be his running mate, knowing fully well that a vote of Ndibo alone cannot get him to that position.
Yes.
But they now hope that if Rabiu Kwankwaso from the northern side join him in his Labour Party and become his deputy,
yes,
and they would have won that election. And by what the outcome of that election, you would have agree with me that the Labour Party would have won that election landslide, so that nobody could even talk of rewriting election or rigging or whatever any alleged. Now he refused, but this time around, he now saw, after that election, he now saw the need to now bend down and now be Obi's
running mate. Yes.
I can remember one of his interviews during that 2023, prior to that election. He said that he's more politically relevant.
Yes, of course, I remember that argument. As a matter of fact, one of his aides, Alhaji Buba Galadima, made that very clearly that Alhaji Kwankwaso cannot be obese, that he is a bigger political. I remember very clearly that. Yes, I remember.
After the election, it became clear who is more politically relevant to Nigerians. And that is why he now said, okay, it's better for me now to come down and become the vice president. That is even a big boost now. But that is not even enough. So coming to the question now, the problem we're having now is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
The man has refused to give way and play a role that Nigerians are expecting him to play. Be a godfather, you have been a vice president, you have been everywhere, you have all it takes.
But he hasn't been president.
He has not been president, but at the times, you know that Awolowo is the best president Nigeria never had.
And his region, his geopolitical zone, the Northeast, has not produced a Nigerian president from that side since 1999. So these are part of his arguments as well.
No, even it's part of the argument as well. Time will come. You know, it must not be him. So that, I said something earlier in this program that, you have to check the mood of the nation.
Okay.
That determines where the political trajectory goes. So at every political time, there must be the mood of the nation. What is the feelings of the people? Where are they going to? At this time, even these people are suffering. The northerners are suffering. But it is not this issue of zoning of a thing. It is now the turn of the South, okay, to complete their own 8 years tenure.
Okay.
And Obi has already signed a pact that I'm going to do the 4 years and leave. So to complete that. So now, if the power goes back to the north now, what will happen to the south? So the voting will not favor him from the south at all.
Okay.
So what he needs to do now is to just become the kingmaker, become the lord, become a big legend in Nigeria, that Nigeria will never forget him by allying with Obi. But it will not be so easy. He will not agree because he is now considering the permutation has already started. they knew that if 3 of them went for this election this time around, it will be difficult who will emerge. In fact, to declare somebody a winner in this election may be very difficult. So he's also, he has started, I listened to one of his aides the other day, they have started looking at a coalition, a runner-up, so a runoff election.
Yes.
So is it going to be between him and Tinubu, or between him and Obi, or between Obi and who? So that when it comes to that time, he can now begin to, who has a bigger vote?
Begin to negotiate.
But it may be too late. Why doing that now? You cannot rule out what the incumbent president and his machinery,
very strong machinery,
are capable of doing. So why doing that? You need to make the hay while the sun shines. So the Nigerians are waiting for him to make that sacrifice because everybody is suffering. The economy is not favorable. The masses are suffering. The policies are not people oriented, and that is why everybody is complaining. So this is the time. Even from the northern aspect, he knew that the northern people will not vote President Tinubu this time around. So he's now calculating how many votes he will get from the north. Forgetting that Obi also through Kwankwasia, that is almost everywhere. You know the
Kwankwasia movement.
Yeah, the Kwankwasia movement is almost everywhere in the north.
But they were burning their caps. I mean, not long ago. They saw clips everywhere. It was viral. They were burning their caps, which, the way we understand is that is a significance of a way with you.
No, those people are those few of them who are just in Kano there is a problem there in Kano.
Yes.
And no matter how you look at it, for maybe history, Kwankwaso has proven to be the big wig. He has battled with incumbent governor. When they removed him, he came back again and won the incumbent Shakarao, and he became the governor. He has been a senator. He has removed even this last election.
He has been a minister of defense.
Yeah, minister of defense. So he formed his own political party, NMPP, used it and defeated an incumbent. So some of these things. So it will be a difficult.
I'm going to ask you a very important question, but that will be after we come back from this break. Okay. Just stay with me.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you and welcome back. We're still discussing the 2027, general elections and the issue of coalition and how that affects the people of the southeastern part of Nigeria. And I have with me in the studio here a very cerebral gentleman, the chairman of Nigerian Union of Journalists, Enugu State Council, in the person of Comrade Chinedu Obuka. Obinna. Sorry, Comrade Obinna Obuka. My apologies for that. Now, Mr. Obuka, let me come back to you, comrade. The point is, Atiku Abubakar, the truth is that he's no longer an individual. Even Peter Obi is no longer an individual. Yes, they are individuals, as in they are a person, but when you consider their political followership, you know that sometimes it's not easy to make that kind of decision we're asking them to make. I mean, if Obi as he is today, for any reason whatsoever, even if he's personally convinced that, okay, for the sake of maybe for us to achieve our aim in 2027, for us to, dethrone the incumbent president, let me allow Atiku to be in front, for instance. You know that his area of followers in the southeast, the youths, they're not going to find that funny. And again also, the people of the southeast, I can tell you that for a very long time, not even during the period of our revered, political grandfather, we may call him today, the person of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the kind of followership Mr. Peterobi has today, I don't think any other politician in the southeast has ever had that kind of followership. So if it comes today, it's okay, I step down. How do you think people are going to react? And well, however we feel here, let's also juxtapose it with how people who are following Atiku Abubakar, because the truth is that you and I know very clearly the kind of followership he has in the north as we speak today. So how are they going to reconcile all that?
First of all, it calls for sacrifice, and you look at consider a lot of a lot of factors this time around. If you watch two of them, the two politicians, Obi is more likely to be accepted by the people because he is a destabilized person. One is so dear to the youths, and Obi has not been in that kind of maybe vice president. Atiku has been tested, and his principal, somebody he worked directly under, he's not endorsing him. He's not happy. Yes. He's been saying President has been saying a lot of,
and he has been very consistent in saying that.
First-hand information about this person that we're talking about. So look at what he can be able to do. And many of our big politicians did not trust him. So he's only having, people now believe, Nigerians believe that he's having that, maybe the population is having in the north because he's from there. And that is where ethnicity now comes and religion. So if Obi happens to be a Muslim now, you find out that you can't compare both of them, both Atiku and Obi. So, but whatever he's having now is based on, I'm a northerner, and maybe I'm from Fulani, I'm from Hausa. Do you realize that there is this crisis that erupted in the north last 2-3 weeks about even between Hausa and Fulani? They are disagreeing because of Obi issue and Atiku. Okay. So that is another factor you are going to consider. Because now that we realize, if not that I've been to the northern Nigeria, I would have said everywhere, everybody there, they are Muslims and this and that. No. A greater percentage of people living in Kaduna today are Christians. And there are different tribes.
But let me ask you, the choice of Peter Obi, his choice of vice presidential candidate, do you, in your own opinion, think it's or rather, let me say, is Kwankwaso somebody that commands popularity in the southeast?
No, what we're looking at this is that Kwankwaso, as a vice president, commands popularity in the north and north central. Obi commands mostly in the southeast, south, and the part of the southwest.
But he's going to be president of the entire nation.
That's what we're saying. So, and Obi has proven to people now, we know how much he's spending in the north, trying to make them know that it's not about, they should forget about the Biafran war, whatever, and an Igbo man, whatever you say, an Igbo man, this and that. No, the man has opened up, verified me, look at me. Don't forget that in 2019, they tried this. Atiku being in the first, and Obi at the back. What happened? They didn't go anywhere. So now people are saying, okay, since we have tried this, and that's what Obi is saying, I've deputized you before as a vice presidential candidate, and we didn't get the winning. So can we now do another different thing now, so that we can get different results? You cannot be doing the same thing the same way and you expect a different result. So that's what we're saying.
Okay, let me ask you. There seems to be a paradox here, and that paradox stems from the fact that, yes, I mean, nobody can deny the monumental followership that Peter Obi enjoys right now in his quest to become Nigeria's president. But if you look at the Igbo elites, our big politicians here, it seems to be a different ballgame entirely. Now, while everybody agrees that a Nigerian president of Southeast aspiration is very, very important, but not everybody seems to be supporting Peter Obi. Why is that the case? Is it that he has more enemies here than what exactly is the situation? Why are the elites not supporting him? Why are the big politicians not backing him up? What is the problem?
That is the problem that we have been having, that made it very difficult for an Igbo man to become a president. Selfishness. So you see people, the governors, the big politicians, they will be the ones struggling. They will be the ones struggling. You saw what happened at Osun State. The governor refused to join APC. Not minding the promise and whatever. He said, no, I will not join PDP. I will not join APC. I am capable of winning this election, and he moved to accord. and he's won election and not accord and won that election. So what we expected is that building up to this election, when this defection is happening and this and that, leaders from the southeast, if they want something really to happen, should be able to move maybe to Abuja or to even end this or any political party where they will have control to give him 99.9% of the votes, that bulk vote. But the fact that because of the selfishness, they know that the people of Enugu, okay, let me use Enugu for example, or the southeastern state, will vote peterobi. But you see them trying to, because they have promised they are in this political party, to make sure that their principal gets 25%. And then my non-25% vote from each state in the southeast is going to have a very big impact on the number of votes.
Do you see the same? Some people call this tsunami, political tsunami, whatever nomenclature anybody decides to attach to it. But do you see the same voting pattern in 2023 happening again in 2027? It
may not be really the same way, because these people are now strategizing.
Okay.
They are going to stop a lot of people, induce them, do a whole manner of things to make sure they prove a point.
Good. Now, on that note, I want to zero in now. Perhaps get down. In 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu lost Lagos State at the presidential level to Mr. Peterobi. I mean, Lagos is his official. Lagos is his state. He was governor of Lagos State, and we have known him to be. Of course, a lot of people are saying all kinds of things, but we know he's from Lagos State. Good. Mr. Peterobi beat him there. In local palace, they will say 1-0, isn't it? Good. Now we are approaching 2027. Peterobi is from Anambra State. He was governor of Anambra State, just like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was governor of Lagos. In fact, both of them were governors at the same time. It's just that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu became governor earlier. But there's a twist. The governor of Anambra State, as we speak today, can we really say he's on the same page with Peterobi?
It doesn't matter what he.
No, but can we really say?
No. From his statements, you know that.
Good. Good. Now that's where my question lies in. Are you seeing, in honesty, do you think about it? Does it occur to you that APC could win Anambra State in 2027 as a return match?
No, I can even bet my money and everything. It won't happen. That they are not in the same time will not translate to voting. When it comes to voting, even though as a governor you cannot even come openly to even campaign against him openly in the public, because people will now, in fact, the people will say a lot of
people will react.
They will react the way he will not expect. So whatever he has is feeling about Obi, that is the selfishness. He is now feeling that he's better, he's a professor, he has been in CBS, so why not him? But he has not gotten to your turn. So, but I'm telling you, when it comes to voting, Anambra people will vote massively. Even the president knows that they cannot even try that. So what they did in last time is only Obi that can really repeat that in Lagos. But I know they will, because it's an embarrassment. In fact, it's embarrassment that time. So for Obi to beat him in Lagos, no matter whatever happened. So this time around, it's only Obi that can even repeat that one, another, make it 2-0 now. But I know that they are going to concentrate there to make sure.
The possibility is very slim.
But this time around, those that are supporting Kwankwaso in Lagos, they didn't vote Obi. This time around, those supporting Kwankwaso in Lagos will even vote Obi. So I'm even having confidence that Obi will still win Lagos this time around.
Somebody said something some time ago. He said that one of the biggest challenges that we have in the Southeast here, that maybe that could be the reason why we are not hitting it, and each time we are looking forward to producing a Nigerian president, that practically all the politicians we have in the Southeast, they all want to be president at the same time. And rightly, Engineer Dave Umahi, he has never hidden that desire to be Nigerian president. Senator Joshua Kalo, the same thing. The governor of Anambra State, as we speak today, sees himself as a presidential material anytime, any day, anytime. So now these are some of the biggest politicians we have here. Of course, the governor of Enugu State, I mean, he's just on his first time. He hasn't said anything to anybody. But we know that definitely after his second term, possibly, that if he gets the second term to serve in Enugu State as the governor, what else again can he be looking forward to other than? And that this has sometimes worked against us. Is that assessment correct?
Yeah, if I let me put my opinion. If you say that the governor of Enugu State has not said anything, he has said from last 2-3 months ago, you saw what happened when he accepted to be the chairman of the governor's renewed hope agenda to have stayed hopeful of them. So what is that telling you? So let me keep it at that place. But
building consensus for the future.
For the future. So that is it. So but that has been backfiring against them. Just look at Ojo Okano. He wanted to contest for president before you know what's happening from there. He now said, okay, I want to become Senate president. He didn't even contest on that day. When it comes to the real politics, they have been so myopic to know when to play the shot and how to align.
Maybe because they don't support themselves.
Yes, and that day he was crying, oh, this and that. You didn't even contest. Your name was not even there. Okay, now.
When in 2022 at APC National Convention in Abuja there, I know that Engineer Dave Umahi himself, he was a governor. He was a sitting governor then, and people even said that the number of delegates that came from Ebonyi State to that convention, outnumbered the number of votes he got. So I'm trying to buttress what you said. You see, when you don't support your brothers, when it is your own turn, suddenly you find yourself alone as well.
They will not,
and it hasn't been helping us.
They will not. Okay, look at the only position. Look at where we find ourselves. Before they are now giving after less of them, we have not even become vice president in this country. Now they now say, okay, allow us to become the Senate president. After Senate president is now speaker by the new guy. What is his name? Now this time around, this government has delegated us to the fourth of even the sixth person. That is Honorable Benjamin Kanu. Just watch that man,
Deputy Speaker of the House.
Look at what he has been saying against Governor Oti. That everybody is now even those who are not from Abia are now saying Oti, you are going. Even the APC people are saying Oti, you have done well. But this man has been
in fact the former governor Otis Okalu was I was reading somewhere they said that his party said that they will charge him for anti-party for supporting Oti, and he said Oti has performed. So what do you want to say?
The man is saying the truth, because I have seen it now the Benjamin has been bombarding Oti, this and that. Okay, now he's looking for Otis support now, because definitely he's going to lose. And that is another thing our people need to learn. You see, if you don't know how to play the game, you will miss.
Yes.
And this issue of ranking matters. Now at that time, they removed one lady called Gideon Georgia.
Yes.
And allow another person to emerge. Gideon Georgia would have been better to serve in that position. But because of politics, they now removed her and put Benjamin. Look at what Benjamin has done. Now Benjamin will not win that election. Okay, I may not predict, but I'm sure that the LP people in Abia will make sure, and the person contesting against him in that position is a very strong candidate. So they are not going to, with this movement and everything, they don't want to hear anything. They won't allow him to come back. Now from
but he can go to court.
From number 6.
But he can go to court.
This time around, there is a victory that they will defeat you like 6-0 in a match, and you go to court and you overturn me. You say this one is penalty. No, the other one is foul. The other one is offside. So
if they do to about 4, they will be tired and say 2 will be really.
So these are the things that our people need to understand. Look at our big man from the southeast now, Senator Gwemade. He rose to at a time we are projecting him. Okay, you have understood the game. You are part of it, so negotiate well and let's see what will happen. And look at how it goes down. Who is now talking? Okay, now peterobi is now coming. He's not coming from the right people to negotiate with him. Now even the Muslim governor Obuzodema that is talking this around, he doesn't know what to do. Look at what he did now. Are you aware that he's a senatorial candidate in this election?
Yes, somebody Rochas is fighting that very seriously.
Yeah.
Because he's a sitting governor. I mean, the law is very clear. The law says that once you hold the position as governor, you cannot hold any other position within that period. And one of the things that they are saying is, if as a sitting governor. At the time the election will hold, you will still be a governor. Now, if you eventually win in that election, at the time the Senate will be inaugurated in July, I mean in June 2027, you will still be a governor. Would that not amount to holding two posts at the same time? I don't know how he intends to.
No, the law is very clear. He will resign the day before that inauguration at June.
Resign as governor.
Yes.
Have you ever seen that happen here?
No, that is, you see, that is his own political calculation. You know, because we don't have people and they don't know. He wanted to become the Senate president. That is exactly what he's going to do.
If he resigns, who is going to become the governor?
The deputy governor will be
now, even if the deputy, you know how power, you know how power is used in Nigeria. If a deputy becomes because remember that at that time election would not have been held. Remember, his own Imo State election would not have been held. Yes. For the post of the governorship election. Their party primaries will come later in the year.
Yes.
Now, if his deputy becomes the governor even for 1 month, that means the deputy will be the sitting governor at the time they will be going into the primaries. Has he ever said, is it the governor, is it his deputy is blessing to take over from him?
No. See, these people, they are very calculative and strategic. If the deputy, he must align himself and sign some other agreements that me and you will not be saying before you allow to serve as a governor for that month. Because for you to serve as a governor for like 3 months, is even
it's about almost about 9 months, because he's going to be governor from, I mean, if what you're saying now is good, he holds. If what you're saying now from June the hope is that the man he resigns, the deputy governor is sworn in as the governor. He's going to be governor till about January. Now, but let me ask you, which governor has ever signed agreement pre-ascension into the office? Whatever agreement you sign pre-ascension, you are who is going to hold you accountable? Somebody who is no longer the governor, and you are going to become executive. That agreement, you will tell it is not what you have been seen around.
No, what must have already secured his own position. It's about personal interest this time around. For him to say, I want to resign, he doesn't want to be.
Has he said so?
No, that's what he's going to do. For him to, there is no way he will hold two positions at the same time.
You know what people are thinking will happen. What people are thinking, and that will eventually be, because we know these people now. We know them very clearly. It's not Nigerian politics. At the time if he wins the election, I mean, if there's no legal challenge along the line, and he eventually contests the election, and of course we know that there's every possibility he will win. Now, at the time his contemporaries will be sworn in, at the time the Senate will be sworn in, the 11th Senate will be sworn in June next year. He probably will not be sworn in. He will probably stay away until he finishes his tenure in January 2028 as Imo State governor. He will go there and they will swear him in.
That is where the Nigerians will rise now, because he will be asking the senator. And between that,
a senator elect and sitting governor.
No, you cannot be away. The laws are there. There are provisions that once you are elected, if you are not sworn in, it's as good as they don't have a senator. If you are not integrated on that, it's as good, and they have duration. Okay. Even if you stay away from the Senate, as a senator, if you stay away from coming to chamber for 3 months, it has.
We'll wait and see how this is play out. But let me go back to the issue at hand. Now, in truth and honesty, I am looking at a lot of Nigerians agree and believe that Mr. Peterobi is a good presidential material. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we call a spade a spade. None of us we are not new. We have been in this country for a very long time. Many people agree that it's a good presidential material. But if we are talking about politics here, and politics is about number, politics is about structure. Yes, without structure, he won election. He won a lot of votes in 2023. Now, within the Southeast region here, we are 5 states. How many states can you say today, going by the normal Nigerian way of the structure, we are Nigeria here. Even his home state, as we speak today, the governor has made it very clear that he's going to support President Tinubu. Enugu State is under APC. in 2023, Enugu State was not under APC. It was the PDP governor was there. So you could say that the governor was very indifferent. In Abia State, Labour Party, well, quite frankly, I don't really know the level of relationship between peterobi and the OT. In Imo State, that is the headquarters of the APC. Then you are talking of Ebonyi State, Ijira Dovuma cannot be going everywhere, telling people to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and eventually loses the same Bola Ahmed Tinubu will lose in the Ebonyi State. So I want to believe that he will do everything, he will put in everything to ensure that at least President Bola Ahmed Tinubu wins Ebonyi State. So where does that leave Mr. Peterobi?
That is even where my worry lies, because and
by necessary inclination, where does he leave the southeast and the long quest?
No, we'll go back to where we are, but let me tell you, my fear also is as good as your own, but very worrisome, because if you listen to Dati Ahmed,
yes,
and sometime to
the base former vice presidential
and sometime to Peter Okonkwo Andy,
yes,
some of the reasons why they left Peterobi was that they saw clearly that they won, according to them, that they won the election from all indices. But because of that structure, the structure does not mean who is the world party chairman for NDC. It does not mean who is local government. But yes, these are structure anyway. But we're talking about structure this time around. Those that will protect that vote. Citizens of Nigeria came out, obtained their PVC, and they came out and voted in that election. Then it was to have been announced, and they saw it blew off like something that does not have foundation, and that is where that structure comes now. So the question now is, how is Obi and Kwankwaso, how strong are they to ensure that even if Nigeria comes out to vote this time around, is going to be protected? Because it starts from this local government. Now let me tell you, in Enugu State, someone was saying it is not fertile for any other political party to come, because the local government chairmen are there, or the chairmen are there, so that they make sure that they deliver their own, because if they don't deliver, they will take away the chairmanship from you.
And you think that is not the truth?
So no, they are working now seriously, but the people are also ready to challenge them.
Okay, let me ask you. You see, this long-held, I don't even know whether I will call it a belief or I will say it's an insinuation, whatever anybody ascribes to it, that Obi won the 2023 general elections. Some people believe so, but in reality, we are looking at issues from a very neutral perspective now. How do we prove that? Because yes, Andy, I know that Kenneth Okonkwo has alluded to something like that. That Ahmed also alluded to something like that. But the point is,
morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you walk, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than
Comrade, the signals I'm getting from my producer is that I just have 1 minute, in fact less than 1 minute to deal with this question. How I wish I have enough time, but quite realistically, like I asked you, how do we know that Obi actually won the election? If you can sum that up in just less than 1 minute, that will help us a lot.
People are hallucinating. We have a electoral law, we have rules and regulation in the country. If you won that election, why won't it be declared by the INEC people? So INEC did not declare him winner. So anybody who is saying Obi won that election is just to maybe a kind of saying, in fact, you are dreaming.
That's what I'm saying too.
You are dreaming. Because if you won that election, INEC people should declare you.
Exactly.
So and this is the fear of people now.
And the matter went to court.
And the matter went to
Supreme Court.
And they just throw it away with even the Supreme Court one was like, he wasn't even around. They just did everything and then the people are just complaining. So the institution, okay, look at what he did. The amendment of the electoral act and the electoral law is even working. So they are still going to twat it and make it work on their own way. So he has a lot of work to do with Kwankwaso. That is why it's very important for them to him and Atiku. Once they align, we will now back from the voting strength of them and be able to protect that vote. That is the only thing that they will do to remove Bola Tinubu.
Exactly. We are going to leave it at that. Obi and Kwankwaso has a whole lot of work to do. I agree with you, and I know that anybody who has been following the politics of Nigeria will not agree less. It's been a very wonderful time. I've been shared the last 1 hour with Comrade Obinna Obuka, the chairman of Nigerian Union of Journalists, Enugu State Council. When you sit down here, sometimes you don't know how time flies. But I believe that he will come back here again. We still have a lot of things to talk about. But on Eastern Voices, we look at issues that affect the Southeast. Mr. Peterobi is contesting the 2027 general elections. There has been call for coalition. If Mr. Peterobi gives into that coalition, where does he leave the Southeast and the quest to produce, a president of Southeast extraction, which has been on for quite a long time? We'll meet once again next time. My name is Emeka Odom. Thank you for watching.
Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, oba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago also has the abacha and cassava-derived dishes, distinctive abacha preparations using dried and shredded cassava. Igbo Etiti local government is known for mixed staples like yam, cassava, and legumes with pigeon pea. They also have bean dishes like abobo, fiofio, and bean-based preparations. Igbo North has rural produce like bambara nuts and cassava, as well as street breakfast items like okpa and akara. While Igbo South has festive soups and cassava accompaniments like hearty soups and cassava derives like gari and fufu. In Isuzu local government area, the local government is known for highland crops like yam, tuber crops, and dry tuber dishes like variants, which is similar to achicha and abobo. Nkanu East also has the abacha styles and variants with different preparations using fresh native beans, fried ingredients, and local sauces of smoked fish. Nkanu West has yam and vegetable combos like festival dishes, combining tuber staples with special meat and seafood dressings. And Nseka is known for their okpa, achicha, and abacha. They are widely reported as common local specialties, and they have the delicacy made with corn known as ayarayoka. Ojiriba is known for cassava-derived snacks, abacha ingredients. Okwa, smoked fish, and okpaka is known for trade hubs and market supply. Udenu is known for garden vegetables and accompaniments and dry tuber preparations like leafy green soups and dry tuber snacks. Udi local government is also known for cassava products and abacha, popular abacha preparations, and cassava-based products with various
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you a bit of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today is a special occasion where we are on one-on-one with Dr. Chiegi Chiagorom, Guinness Record World Holder. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very special one-on-one. Today we sit with a woman who wears many hats, a doctor, an advocate, a gifted storyteller, and a tireless servant to community and cause. She hears with knowledge, speaks with conviction, and moves people to action. Today, she brings another title to that remarkable list, World Guinness Record Holder for the most interviews conducted in 12 hours. Beyond the record, she channels her energy into a seizure support foundation that lifts families, changes lives, and builds hope where is needed most. Please join me one more time in welcoming from Enugu to the world, Dr. Chiegi Chiagorom.
Thank you so much for having me, Mr.
Doc, it's a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Here we are.
I'm glad to be here.
Here we are.
Oh my goodness.
From Enugu to the world.
From Enugu to the globe. From Enugu to international.
Wow, we are all smiles.
Absolutely. I mean that's what victory is all about, right?
Yeah.
You get to smile and think of how it was in the beginning, and God so kind we're here today.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of us.
To all of us.
To all of us.
But how does it feel to be a world record holder?
Okay, so it doesn't feel much different.
Really?
I don't feel different. I just feel that this is a platform for more work, because at the tip of one mountain is the foot of another. So once you get to a particular pedestal, it's an opportunity to garner resources from whatever platform you've achieved for greater heights. So we're not resting on our oars, we're not lounging that we have arrived, we just got started. So it's not about whoa, yeah, the razzmatazz has come and gone, we've had that fun, but moving forward we're looking to bigger things.
Looking forward to bigger things.
Absolutely.
All right, let me celebrate myself further. I am making history. You know, I did say that day that I'm already making history.
You did
and
say
today that history here is here fulfilled.
Absolutely. You prophesied that day. In fact, coming into this place, I was like, Mom, Miss Tucci actually said that one day I'll have to. The only difference is that the plaque is not here yet. But you did mention I was going to call it.
Let me call that up so that the world will know what we're talking about. I'll call that up immediately. Let them see what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Because right here in this studio, I told you I was already making history, speaking with a world title contender. And here I am today. I'm no longer sitting with a contender. I am sitting with one who is holding that title in her hands.
Absolutely.
Please get us that title, please. Let the words rejoice and see with us. Dr. Chigi Chiagorom.
That's right.
The most TV interviews conducted in 12 hours is 101.
Absolutely.
And was achieved by Chigi Chiagorom, Nigeria, in Enugu, Nigeria, on 14th February 2026.
Valentine's
Enugu
Day,
to the world.
Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day.
That's my Valentine's
I remember
gift.
I was here, you know, following all day what was happening. Doctor.
Absolutely.
All right.
You know where it's striking, because when you go into a world record, you try to research what other holders, you know, what their records were, so you see how you can surpass their records. So the former, I'm you know, permitted to use former now. Dalia Frefa, she was the former, you know, title holder in that category. She had 43 interviews, and on deeper research, we found out that she did 91. But some were cancelled, and they left 43 for her because there are guidelines, you know, for every category. So I guess she filled in some of them in meeting the guidelines. But we did 101. So in our calculation, we were like, no matter how much they decide to cancel for whatever reason, we should be able to stay within that space where we're more than 43, right? But incidentally, they sent us the email last week and they gave us every single interview, 101. Yeah, so I don't even see another person trying to break that record, because he reached Nigeria, right? Nigeria went and went overboard, you know.
But what a wait.
Yeah.
It took such a long time.
It did.
All right.
It did. So, in the beginning, when you apply for Guinness World Records, there are two categories, right? There's the standard route or route, and then there's the priority route. Standard route means that you have to wait for as long as 12 weeks or more then. But priority lists or route means that you pay a certain amount, of course in dollars, so that it can come out in 5 working days. So because I've been Nigerian now, Igbo girl, I was like, I'm not even sure if we are going to like approve this application, so I'm not sure we need to put down this amount. So let me just wait the stretch of 12 weeks. So we applied in May last year, 2025, and it came out, the application was approved by September. You understand? So a little bit more than over 12 weeks. But it did come out and we started planning, we fixed it for February. Now, by the time we were done, because we finished, we started the attempt 14th, and ended on the 15th, which wasn't supposed to be so because we had 3 hours that were voided. We'll come to that.
I was coming to that.
We'll come to that. So by 15th, we're done. Then between 15th of February and 22nd of March, I was gathering the evidence, the videos, the pictures, media repercussions, the papers that were signed, the logs, everything. I was gathering them. I submitted 275 pieces of evidence. That was on the 22nd. Then on the 23rd of March, they wrote me and said, yes, we received your evidence. You don't need to do anything from your end. You're good. And then I said, okay, let me try the priority evidence, because there's priority application, there's priority evidence. But I noticed from my profile, my dashboard, the button wasn't there. But I still found a way to pay via a particular transfer platform. But they sent the money back and said, nope. They didn't quite tell me the reason, but they said that I am not eligible to apply to the priority. I'm guessing it's because I didn't apply to the priority application, that I had to wait for 20 weeks. So the wait began.
All right. And this is the first encounter since that day. So let's this interview begin properly.
Okay.
Dr. Chigi, walk me through the preparation, physically, mentally, technically, for 12 hours non-interview.
It's actually 15 hours.
15 hours because we lost some hours.
Yes.
I was here, here in the studio, and at a point we caught our breath thinking that it was all over till we got the message that we'll continue. But before you answer, let me, let's start properly. Let me call for the clip at the beginning of that section.
Absolutely. This was after the first 3 hours we avoided.
That we lost.
Yeah,
the Nigerian factor.
Exactly.
And
the Nigerian factor.
And will you speak to these things?
We will. We'll speak to it. We'll speak to it. The Nigerian factor.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome to New Day, your favorite weekend show on Signature TV, and this is a New Day special because we are also breaking a Guinness World Record for the most interviews conducted in 12 hours. I will be your host, Dr. Chigi Chiagaram. And behind me, I'm going to quickly introduce our witnesses and our timekeepers. By my far right, is Barrister Edwin. Barrister, just wave your hand. Beside him is Barrister Ngozi Yosiobi. And then our timekeepers, Coach Pascal and Coach Uche. Put your hands together for them. And without further ado, I'd like to call up my first guest so that we can get into the business of the day. All right.
Dr. Chigi, you remember that? Talk through that preparation, physically, mentally, technically, for 12, 15 hours of interview non-stop.
Okay, so there were things I did prior to the attempt, and there were things I did during the attempt. So let me start with the things I did during the attempt, the physical things I did, during the attempt. I knew that if I was to double the numbers, I can't afford to rest. Although rests were allowed, but I can't afford to rest, because when you rest, you sacrifice the time you have used to get more numbers, covered. So what I did was, I didn't want to eat anything heavy, so I took 2 pieces of bananas, because bananas contain potassium, contain starch. It will give you that feeling that you're full, but it's not heavy. You can easily digest it. So I took bananas, and then they left a plate of dates, because I was supposed to generate these questions organically. If you notice, I wasn't holding, there was no teleprompter, there was no reminders, and I knew that mental work, praise on what's the word, glucose. So the more you go into mental exertion, the more your glucose, the brain demands the glucose. So I needed something that to top up my glucose level each time I begin to feel tired a certain way. So I had my my plate of dates, I had my bottle of water, but I wasn't gulping water. I was sipping water, because if I gulped, it meant that after a while I would have to use the convenience, and I did not have the convenience of time, you know. So I sipped water, I took on the dates, and I stayed for 15 hours. That was what I did there and then. Also, physically speaking, I knew that sitting for hours would tell on my musculoskeletal system. So if you noticed at the beginning of that interview, when I invited the first person, you see me stand up to welcome the person. It was intentional.
Seeing you hug those people?
It's anything that will make me stand up from my chair and stretch my legs.
You know, we are worried for you. You know, you standing up, going to hug, welcome the next person. So that was a strategy.
It was a strategy.
Oh.
Because sitting, being sedentary for 12 hours would have caused a lot of, you know, physical pain. Yeah, my back, of course, my knees, my legs, sitting in one place for 12 hours. So standing up to stretch, to welcome them, to hug them was part of me, like trying to exercise and allow blood to flow, you know, effectively, and then sit back down. So it helped. It helped. It didn't feel much like I was sitting for 15 hours. It felt like I stood, I did a few things, I went back, I stood. So it wasn't so, you know, it didn't tell so much on me. So those were the physical things I did. Then the physical thing I did prior to the attempt was exercises that target endurance, right? I had a coach to start with, so he gave me a little bit of training as to some exercises that will improve my endurance. So I didn't do much of cardio. I did weight training. I did a little bit of taekwondo. I did stretching and things like that. I guess they helped.
Yoga?
No, I don't yoga. I do stretch, but I'm not really into yoga. But I did taekwondo, I did weight training. Those are the physical things I had to do. But mentally, before the event, I did a lot of conditioning, a lot of speaking to myself. You know, I had this one sentence. What's it called? There's something they call it that you have to recite to yourself. So anytime it comes to my mind, I'll just say to myself, I could even mutter it, I'll say, I'm so happy and grateful now that I've broken the Guinness World Records for the most TV interviews conducted in 12 hours. It's easy, right? So each time I remember that I have a world record to break, I'll just mutter it under my breath. I guess there's positive feedback to that. There's something that does to your psyche, you know, preparing your body, your system, everything everything has to be top notch so that this record, you know, is broken. So those were a few of the things I had to do to prepare for the attempt.
All right. You know, before I ask the next question, something I learned from those interviews still stuck with me till date.
Okay.
That I eat more of egg. While you were speaking to a certain doctor attached to a cochin or something.
Yes.
Where he spoke about, where he was speaking about cholesterol, the eggs and the fat that we need for brain function.
Yes.
I learned that day, and I've talked to that.
Oh, beautiful. Yes. Wow. Nice.
So let me ask, what were the biggest logistical challenge that you faced on that day, and how was he overcome?
Interviewees. Okay, so this is what happened. Although we had oh my goodness, my team, shout out to my team, just in case I don't remember to talk about them, but I had a great team. If you have a team that is top notch, your challenge is 50 to 60% solved. So I had an interviewee management team. We had our plan, but we didn't envisage a 3-hour challenge that, you know, void that our 3 hours, first 3 hours would have been voided. So we didn't anticipate that. So what that did was that it reduced our pool of interviewees, because we had close to 120-ish in our pool. So we're like, no matter how it goes, we must get 100 out of this 120. And of course, some people couldn't come, they called and things like that. But by the time the first 3 hours were voided, I think we've already lost close to 20 to 30, and they had left.
Wow. Bringing them back was a challenge.
And I couldn't do anything from where I was sitting. In fact,
at that point, how were you feeling?
I wasn't even feeling anything. I just felt my people will handle it.
Oh, you had that faith in your team.
Because if I allowed myself to be distracted, it will affect the interviews. Remember, I was generating it organically.
That's great.
And I was interviewing people I'd never met. So I had general questions in my head to start with, to get an inroad to knowing them, to asking them more questions. But for the people I knew, their background and stuff, once I see them, once you answer the first question.
How did you do that?
It's simple.
For a professional who do this for a living, and it's always difficult when you have to interact with somebody you don't know their background.
Not if you have a framework. Okay, so let me give you an idea. Let's not lose our train of thought because we're saying something.
Yeah.
So let me give you an idea. I met this girl for the first time, and she just, the way she walked when I invited her, she's obviously a tomboy. I love tomboys. And I was like, the way you're walking, girl, you love sports? That was my first question. I said she loves sports. From that, we even spoke about her mother, her father, marriage, other things. We opened her up. And that's the general question. Someone could sit down and I'm like, what would somebody that doesn't know you, what would be the most interesting thing about you that you can tell somebody that's never met you? Or I could ask you, what has been your most embarrassing moment? Those are general questions. And the person will just open up like this. And the most important thing is your listening skill. Don't think of the next question you're going to ask. I'm giving out tips. I'm giving out tips for free.
That's what the insight is meant for anyways.
So if your listening skill is top notch, from what the person tells you, from the person's reaction, response, submission, you pick another interesting question and the conversation can go on and on and on.
All right, let's get back to that period.
Yes. Where was I?
We were talking about the challenge, getting these individuals back.
Yes. So by the time we lost part of our interviewees, remember these people, oh my goodness. Igwes came. Captains of industries, doctors, you saw them, very busy people.
I was wondering how you were able to pull that off.
CEOs came. I can't even tell you how. CEOs came. I saw these people and I'm like, oh my goodness, who am I? And some had to wait for over 1 hour. So by the time they were done, they had left because they are busy people. So my people immediately, that was why I said my team, they put out an SOS. We need interviewees. They're doing the Guinness World Records attempts now. If you're anywhere around Bar Square, blah, 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 blah. They went out, people started coming in, trickling in. And there was no time that I didn't have someone to interview. But then something else happened. One of my judges, you heard me introduce them, put out a call. He's a lecturer and inec law department. So he put out a call, gather everybody that is on site. Someone brought money, paid for a bus, and they chartered students from inec, and they came and filled out the whole space. So that was the greatest challenge. No, that was the second greatest challenge. The first greatest challenge was power. Because, oh Jesus, this is my attempt. These stories are too much. So we were wondering how we're going to surmount the issue of power. Because one of the major criteria is that in your recording, there must not be a time where there is a space and they are wondering what happened. For example, if the first video it stops at 108, the next one better starts at 109 or something like that. There mustn't be any gaps. So they will be wondering, where is the remaining of the 12 hours? So that entails that power must be available non-stop 12 hours in Nigeria. So we said, okay, should we use alternative power like generator? But we worked out the modalities. It was a tad too expensive. And then what generator we run for that long? So okay, so we started consulted a lot. There was this engineer, this solar engineer, he's also into power. He called someone who was an engineer, in fact a major engineer with ICC, and we had this conversation, how are we going to surmount this? So they said the only thing is to get an inverter, a solar inverter, I think 5 kVA, and then plug it right into the infrastructure of the electricity in ICC, and it was only that guy who was the major tech guy that had access to that. So we brought in the inverter. So by the time NEPA, sorry, not they're no longer called NEPA. By the time power went out, the first time, a few things went out, like the ACs went out, a few of the lightings went out, but the cameras and the mics were on, so the recording was on, so I didn't bother. After a while, it came back on. But by the time you went out the second time, everything shut down. I didn't even know, because I was so invested in the interview. Then I saw someone come to signal me, and I was like I'm getting my groove. Why are you disturbing me? Like, said everything crashed, And I was like, it's not true. You people are joking. It's not true. So they said, you can start again. I said, what's the time? They told me. I said, let's rejig everything. Let's recalibrate everybody. Everybody go back. Start from the beginning. So we went back. That was when I took that second introduction and we hit the road.
Let's look at that again. Let me call that video. Let's take a look.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome to New Day, your favorite weekend show on Signature TV, and this is a New Day special because we are also breaking a Guinness World Record for the most interviews conducted in 12 hours. I will be your host, Dr. Chigi Chiagaram, and behind me I'm going to quickly introduce our witnesses.
Dr. Chigi,
yeah.
At this point, you were still ready, willing, not...
I was still fired up. I was still, you know what? In my mind, there are people who supported me that I am accountable to. I can't just go and tell them that because the first 3 hours were voided, so everything, they will not beat me, but I'm sure they'll be disappointed, and I'll be disappointed in myself.
You didn't want to disappoint them.
I didn't want to disappoint them. I had
yourself.
my team. I had the people. I had the interviewees, people that left businesses, that left their jobs to come and be with me. I had people to be accountable to, so I couldn't afford to be weak. So I just had to do what I had to do.
All right. So Chigi, at what point within the 12 hours interview did you feel that this record is within yours to clinch?
I think it has always been a 50-50 thing, because you really don't know what to expect when it goes over to the other side. I knew I was going to surpass the time, but what I could not, tell was how much of the interviews were going to be permitted. So it was always a 50-50 thing. I can't tell you that, okay, at this point I knew I had this. It didn't happen. Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about a standout moment in that period of 12 hours of interviews that, stood out for you and got stuck in your brain till this moment. I could tell you about your interaction with somebody from a coaching and the egg and all that.
Yes.
So what was it for you, the moment?
Okay, it wasn't really about the interviews, because the interviews were all peculiar in their own way, but it was the kindness of the human heart, and I'll tell you why.
The kindness of the human
heart. I know that most of the time when you open social media or you go get the news, is about people doing harm or doing evil to one another, but I saw the kindness of the human heart during my challenge, and it was something that they didn't have to do, like it was beyond their pay raise, and I'll tell you why. When the lights, and I got this, of course, it was like people telling me right after the event, but I saw a glimpse of it each time the light went out. Especially the light went out up to four times, within the attempt. But I remember the last one, because the last one took quite a while before it came back, and it was towards the 11th hour, thereabouts. And in my mind, I was like, if they don't turn on the power, or the alternative, that's ICC's alternative power, and the inverter goes out, it's over. And all those hours would have been in vain. So I was praying in my mind, but of course I couldn't do anything. But from the tail of my eyes, I could see young people. I could see the audience. And it was late in the night, rushing off, not walking, speed. Once they take light, they speed out, and all of them are going towards the power plant to get those guys in charge, the engineers, to switch the lights, the alternative power supply. And the last power outage for me was so peculiar because I was told that when they got there, it was difficult switching back and time was ticking. People knelt down and started praying. People knelt down and started praying. Everybody was trying. Even the guys that were working, they are civil servants. They don't even have any stake with what I was doing. But somehow everybody became, vested in what I was doing. And when I heard that, I shed a tear actually. That people can actually go out of their way to help others. I didn't pay them to do that. It was beyond what I anticipated. So for me, that stood out, and it did something to me. If I was kind to a certain extent, it has gone way above that, because I saw people who I didn't know do things for me that I didn't even ask for.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, Chigi, on that note, we'll take a moment and go on a short break. When we return, the conversation continues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. I'm still watching the Insight one-on-one with the Guinness World Record holder, Dr. Chigi Chiagaram. Doc, it's been a pleasure speaking with you so far.
It's my joy.
All right, today we'll have the record in our hands.
Yes.
You look at it when you get home. So, how has this record impacted your life, media attention? What has changed?
Okay, so where do I start? It's very important to understand the context, the place in which I won the record, which is Enugu. Many people will look at it and say, oh, she didn't get as much attention as Hilda Bassi and things like that did it in Lagos, and quite a few of other people. But for me, it's such a step in the right direction. When we called it the attempt Enugu to the world, we're being very strategic, because there is something we wanted to do in Enugu. There's a mindset we wanted to break. There's a paradigm shift we wanted to bring, and I believe that we are beginning to do that, because as I speak to you, there's another Guinness World Record attempt. Someone that was part of my team is attempting a Guinness World Record. So I think it's not about the attention as yet, although the attention is coming, but it's about being able to become trailblazers, being able to be the one that the one whose shoulders will be given for others to climb up. Yes, the attention is coming, because when we were starting off, and you go to talk to someone or sell this agenda, they were like, what is Guinness World Record? But now everybody's paying attention. I'm getting calls from people, and they're like, oh, congratulations, I didn't even know this thing is like this, so I didn't even know it was big like this. So yeah, it might not be as grand as Hilda's, but it's coming in piecemeal. People have come to me to say, okay, let's start a planning committee for the homecoming, for a victory tour. So yeah, it has changed it didn't really change me like that, because I believe I'm still myself, but it has given me a little bit of attention.
A little bit of attention.
A little bit of attention.
Then when you pass, they say that's her.
Not yet. Not to
yet.
that level.
All right. I remember during our conversation prior to the attempt, we spoke about the government, because we were talking about Enugu to the world. Yes. I understand completely the mind shift that you wanted, and we asked if there's been a reach out from the government, then which was at a 0.00%. So what is it like now?
It has improved a whole lot. So
it has improved a whole lot.
Yes, the Enugu State government is waiting to receive it, but we're waiting for the plaque to arrive, because they still have to ship it from the UK. So once it comes, I believe we'll have the attention of the yes.
That's good. Now let's speak about impact. How has this in any way, or how do you want it to influence young women, healthcare professionals, and let's talk about advocates like yourself?
Like I told you, this is not a destination.
This is not a destination.
It's just a means to an end. It's just the peak of one mountain that just brought us to the foot of another, right? There are so many things already that we are planning now that I may not be able to expose here. Not just with healthcare, because of course my people already are seeing the possibilities. Like I told you, there's a young girl that's attempting a Guinness World Record. So the impact is not something that I can tell you now. After all, the email just came last week. So impact is something that you estimate or evaluate over a long period of time. So I cannot tell you what impact is making, but it's giving positive vibes. It's giving people getting, inspirations and things like that. But in due course, we'll be able to assess the impact. Yeah.
Okay, let's
but
talk
it's positive.
It's
definitely.
positive so far.
Sure.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about your foundation.
Okay.
How this has impacted the foundation. Has it taken your attention away, or has it made you more involved and gotten people's attention to your cause?
Okay, so about my foundation, when I started this journey of the Guinness World Records, I put a structure around my foundation, because I knew that I wouldn't be able to give it the attention it needs. So the foundation is good, have someone running it that we are doing. In fact, we are even expanding. We are working towards what's it called? Emergency preparedness, teaching schools, children about CPR, emergency response, first aid. So the organization is doing well because I put a structure around it and it's working. So I don't need to be there personally, but things are working. Yes.
All right. I know you may not want to talk about the programs.
No, it's too
let's talk
early.
Let's talk about campaigns, outreach for the seizure support through the attention that you're getting right now.
So we don't want to scatter the attention. We are being focused. Right now, we're just consulting. We don't want to attack from many sides. We want to focus our attention. Okay, are we going through this route, or are we going through this route? Are we going through communication? Are we going to Seizure Support Foundation? Are we going through health? So it's something that we are still trying to work out to ensure that we don't overburden ourselves with too much, dragging too much agenda, dragging ourselves in different directions. So like I said, we just got this email last week. It's too early in the day to, say that this is the impact or this is where we're going. But the first thing I will tell you is that we are planning a homecoming and a victory tour. We are pragmatic about publicity. We are launching a full package, this press conference, courtesy visit. These are the things we are focused on right now. So once we are done, we'll cap it off with a statewide homecoming ceremony, and then we start working.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did remember that then you promised me that after the whole exercise you will be here, and promise made, promise kept.
Yes.
Yes. But let's talk about the hardest lesson you've learned from this whole engagement.
Okay. Hardest lesson. So this is the question you've asked me that is making me to think deeply about the hardest lesson. Okay, is it really a lesson, or okay, it could pass as a lesson. for people to always go outside of, think outside the box, because we live, except you have a surname that opens doors, or you were born into wealth of some sort, or you're privileged in certain ways, and we know that it's just a very minute percentage of people in Nigeria. Other people are just regular people like myself. I can't tell about you because I don't. Maybe you're a prince somewhere that is making oil money, but I don't know. So if you're like me, you cannot just afford to think like ordinary people. You can't just afford to just be hopeful and hope that one day things will get better. You have to think outside of the box and stretch yourself. But the thing is that people are always afraid, what if I fail? But it depends on how you see failure. Failure is not failure. I don't believe in failure. If you do something and don't reach the mark, it's for you to begin to become introspective and ask yourself, where did I fall short? So that you can rejig, recalibrate and move forward. Failure is not a license to stop. Like I always tell people, become unstoppable by refusing to stop. As long as you show up, one day you're going to meet the mark, because opportunities are there. It's just that they don't come as opportunities. They come as challenges. They come as, tasks that are like up there that you cannot do. But once you set your mind to it, yes, fail a couple of times. I cannot even tell you the number of times I've applied for something and failed. I can't tell you, but you keep showing up, because you know that there is no daddy's money waiting for you. You know that there is no name attached to your name that will open doors. So you have to think outside the box. Make sure that you take leverage the people around you. Leverage the influence that you have around you. Most of the time it's not about money. The people around you. Think outside the box. Show up. Even when it's not working, keep showing up. Keep thinking outside the box. Keep attempting things that are bigger than you. Keep failing. Keep learning. And then before you know it, you're already there.
Oh, that's wonderful. But the name Dr. Chigi Chiagaram could open doors now.
I don't know about that.
All right.
I don't know about
Before I let you go, while we were talking about then, we did talk about family.
Yes.
What was the support like then and after and now?
101%. Oh, my family is everything. In fact, my younger sister had to fly in from Abuja just for the Guinness World Records. And I'm bold to say that if she wasn't there, one or two things must have gotten wrong. May have gotten wrong or may have went wrong, because she filled a very huge gap that nobody could have filled. So families of my kids were there, right? So it was 101 till date. It made it easy for me.
It made it easy for you?
Yeah.
All right. I know you wouldn't want to divulge. You did say that there are plans, but what's next for you? Would you, if given the chance, would you attempt
another Guinness World Records?
That again?
I can't say. I really can't say. But one thing I'll tell you is this. This attempt is a state asset. Remember, it's enugu to the world.
Yes.
So we're working to see how we can create value around this particular, asset. Assets are meant to yield value. So until we're able to see avenues for creating value from this asset and maximize it optimally, there's no other world record for me until I exhaust this one. Yes.
All right, but we're asking what next, personally, professionally, the foundation?
Well, the foundation is definitely there and growing, right? We have, I don't want to divulge much, because we are going to have an opportunity to speak with the state government. We have a thing or two to pitch to him, and I can't divulge it now. I'm sorry. So our next step will stem from whatever it is that we discuss with His Excellency. So I can't say much on that now.
All right. So is there a message you would like to put out there, especially for families who are undergoing challenges within, the purview of what your foundation is into at the moment?
Okay, so let me say this thing here. One of the things I want to discuss with His Excellency is about the schooling for children with special needs. So you notice that His Excellency is currently working on over 200 units of smart schools across
270 something smart schools.
Yes, so we'll tell him that we have a huge rising cases of children with special needs, be it autism, cerebral palsy. They don't have any school in Enugu except for one. You can imagine, except for one that is located somewhere in Enugu East here. So someone from Enugu West, right? Someone from Enugu North. How do they transport their kids every day with special, and how much children can one school take? So we're looking to pitching it to him to say, Your Excellency, see how you can raise special schools for these kids within the smart school infrastructure. So I've revealed one to you. So these are some.
So I should let me hold tight to that.
Please hold tight to that one.
All right, Dr. Chigi. Before I let you go, just finally, I'm not asking any other question. How does the name Dr. Chigi? How will it inspire young women? I know I did ask before. And how would you want it to inspire young women?
How will I want to do? Do I have the? How do I put it now? Of course, I want to inspire young women, but how I inspire them rests, within their purview. I want a girl, because I'm just a simple Nkano girl. I'm just a simple Enugu girl that thought locally and became global. So I want anybody looking at me, any young girl looking at me, to know that it's not over. It's possible that you're married, you have kids, you're working, you don't have time even for yourself, but you can make time for the things that are important to you. So set your priorities right. This simple girl from Nkano just thought something was possible and went ahead and did it. So you too can do it. So I want to inspire young girls, but to what extent I inspire them and how I inspire them rests entirely within their purview.
Dr. Chigi Chiagarom, congratulations and thank you for this conversation.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah,
always
same here. And we'll look forward to that celebration.
Absolutely.
Yes. And to you, our wonderful audience, let us know what you think about this conversation with the Guinness World Record holder
and
right here with us.
The
first in Enugu. Yeah, and the first in Nigeria to conduct that marathon interview.
Absolutely.
Yes. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, all on our social handles, all at Aneke TV. Till come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone, it becomes stronger together.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It's
a wonderful time here on Aneke Sports, and we're thanking you for being part of what we are doing. I must say a very big thank you to our viewers, because it is Aneke Sports time. I welcome you. Of course, I have two gentlemen just by my side who are ready to delve right into this world of sports, especially when we're going to be looking into the world of football. Of course, it has not been easy for some teams, but while we're still talking about that, we're still going to take a look in view into the week in looking at what's going to happen in the Premier League, today's game, tomorrow's games, and talking about the game on Sunday, Manchester United's game, where they will be welcoming Ipswich Town to their home. Of course, it's going to be a wonderful time for Manchester United. I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle, and I welcome Worldwide. Worldwide, how are you doing?
I'm very fine. I'm very fine.
Yeah,
I'm just
see.
trying to be calm.
To be calm.
You know, we are entering the weekend, so you have to be calm, because when you project something to happen, these people that are playing the football might just end up disappointing.
You know, it's already.
So I just want to be calm.
It's already weekend, because in the evening there will be the fixtures of the.
A lot of matches.
Yeah, a lot of matches are coming. You will see from 12:30 today. It will start going on, then you see other matches in the evening. And before I go into much of those details, let me welcome Mr. Arizo. Yeah, Zola, right? Yeah.
Thanks for having me. And just that I'm a little bit sad, because I know what happened last week in Manchester United.
Well,
Hull City.
Well, I thought you would have gotten over, you know, that sad event.
No, it's quite unfortunate, but I find it difficult to get over it.
Okay.
It's a burden to me. I cried over it. Just that I find it difficult to eat roughly 3-4 days. But
wow.
But right now.
Wow, I'm seeing a passionate Manchester United fan, someone who is very passionate for the team. But before we talk about that game, now I want us to go over, because Wizzy was gonna be my co-host today. Let's just have those facts, how this week is lining up. Of course, you know that where we're still talking about that, there's some event that has been happening yesterday, talking about the NFF, how the president had resigned. I'm talking about 2 days ago, and yesterday Mr. President that's talking about President Bola Tinubu, had to come out to say, okay, all of you guys have done well. Let's have a new set of people. In fact, he wants to probe into the corruption. I don't know what you guys think. That is really a good turn for me, looking at what Mr. President has been looking into right now. Mr. President himself, I'm sure Mr. President wanted to watch Nigeria at the World Cup, but it was not possible.
But they had to tell him that, well, your country,
yeah, and also he wanted to watch Nigeria's women, that's the Falcons.
Then they will still break the sad news to him that your country has gone home, and you did not even qualify for the next 2027 Brazilian tournament, which is going to be hosted in Brazil. So it's like breaking two sad news to the president. You say, okay, let me watch the men's World Cup, and your team is not there, your country is not there. You say, okay, let's go to the female angle, let's watch the World Cup, and they will tell you, okay, you have gone away from the quarterfinals, you couldn't scale through to the semi-final, and it's enough reason for you to ask what is going on. Is it that these players are not performing well? Let's see into their welfare. Is it that they are not paid well? And they will come and tell you they are being paid well, but somewhere along the line, promises that were made to them, things that were supposed to be done, we are not done earlier, and it has to be when they have lost probably the first match that they started delivering on their promise. So Mr. President coming out to make those decisions. Meanwhile, the president of the NFF has already resigned to say, okay, let my crew and my cabinet member also follow the same suit and also realize it's not something that we are going to be perplexed about, because I'm not surprised about it. It's something that should have been done, let's say, a long time ago, even before. Just this decision could have come before this time. Maybe we'll have seen something different. Just imagine this decision was made that everybody has to resign and we'll get another governing body. Will this, what we are seeing with the female team talking about the WAFCON, are we going to end up in the quarterfinal? I don't think it will be the same scenario that we are going to be having, where Nigeria just went out of the quarterfinal, talking about a 10-time champion of the WAFCON just going out of the, imagine losing to the debutants in the first place, Malawi, then coming into the quarterfinal, losing to Cameroon. So it was not a good outing, but some things could have been avoided earlier, just with mere delivering on your promises. These things could have been avoided. So this step that the president has taken, kudos to him. He has seen that, okay, probably he's not enjoying football, he's not seeing the country where he's supposed to see them, and he has to make the move on the bold decision to say, okay, let the people that are there currently, let them give room for another people to come in and see, okay, because what we are having is not what we are supposed to be seeing. Let us see if another set of people can make the changes that Nigerians are clamoring for. So for me, I'm happy with this decision, and I want to see, because I know eyes are on these current people.
Yeah, eyes are
a lot of eyes are on them. They cannot go to that part of misbehaving just like the way the other people
Let's
did.
just call a spade,
yeah,
not a farm implement. Those that are in the helm of affairs of NFF. They don't know anything in football.
Okay.
They are after their pockets.
Okay, okay, because they're after their pocket, they don't know anything football.
They don't know anything about football. Okay, where's our legends? What are they doing? Okay, look at Samuel Eto'o in Cameroon.
Didier Drogba.
Didier Drogba, all those things.
How come they are not integrating our legends? You know, there are people that have played this game. They are featured. Look at if you even look at the English Premier League, you see that players that are featured are now coaches. Arteta was part of the people that played the Premier League. Okay, Michael Carrick played the Premier League. Serge Fabregas for Como played the Premier League. You see that players that have, you know, done this thing over time are now becoming coaches. They have the idea. Now, what is happening to our own players not being integrated into the governing body? It's it's not enough to just come and call it, we want to name it in the name of politics, and say you don't even have the experience, you just want to govern the body. Let people that know what it takes, the nitty-gritty in football, govern the body, because they have been there, they have been coached by some people, they have the experience, so they can go in and become part of the governing body, and they will make better policies. For me, I just feel they have left out people that are supposed to be there and just giving people that do not know much. I will not say they do not know anything about football, but they do not know much. They don't know much about this, you know, governance of football. They just want to be politicizing football. Just, you know, let's get, like Mr. Riza say, what is going to come to our own pocket, rather than the welfare of the footballers themselves, people that are in charge, the people that are playing the game for 90 minutes. You don't care about their own welfare, just what is coming to you. So I don't think that's a fair angle to do for me. It's just not something fair.
And another thing there is, okay, let's digress a little to Nigerian basketball.
Okay. Yeah.
Musa Kida and one other man. One person is in charge of, one coach is in charge of Nigerian basketball. I mean the foreign players going for all these tournaments. While one of them is in charge of local this thing. It's not done anywhere. Nigerian football or Nigerian sports, they are not serious at all. They don't want to tell us the truth. Okay, come to think of it, they sacked the female national team, this thing.
Yeah, just Madugu, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. What of Chile? Is Chile doing anything there?
Okay, for Chile, I would say, because I know Wisdom wants to, you know, just say his own. For Chile, I feel like he already has an edge over this. He's got this. You know, you won't really blame him for some issues we are having, because he is operating on the freedom or authority that he has been given. For instance, I'm not sure he has that almost all the rights. He has a lot of lefts, but he does not have a lot of those rights for him to handle, you know, the squad. Now, most importantly about this NFF should be the case where some players have been complaining. They are not being so loud about it. They are only saying certain things around them being in training. And then the things, them being in training, and there's no kids, there are not a lot of what they need to have in their training. Now, secondly, talking about the promises that was made, fulfillment of promises, we are still probing 17 billion naira that was given to NFF, and that money, I've not seen what it has done, and I've not seen what it was used
for. I think for the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, for the FIFA World Cup.
That Nigeria did not partake in.
So, you know, these things are the things that
where is the money?
Now,
where is
it? Has been squandered. It has been squandered. That's just the summary. It has been squandered because we did not go for the FIFA World Cup at the end
Nigerian of the football I find it difficult to discuss about it.
No, there was a time when was it Mikel Obi was saying that he had to pay for the flight of some players to move.
It's a former governor, former senator from Cross River. He didn't even have any idea in football or nothing. They are there for business. That's all. They are there for business.
Well, if they are there for business, then they should be taken away, because I'm of the opinion that if something is not working now, let's revisit this fact a little, because I was already getting boiled up before Zola had to come in to save the day. Looking at the transfers we are having, looking at the kind of players, the quality of players we have, why would someone price Victor Osimhen 62 million euros?
As of now, Victor
Osimhen, have you okay? If not that Galatasaray said he's not for sale, do you think that Victor Osimhen, if it was to be Hurricane at that level, will be sold at that price?
Not possible.
So now
even Victor Osimhen should not be. What is 62 million euros for Victor Osimhen? How much was Welbeck that the Welbeck signed? How much is currently Enzo Fernandez, what Manchester City and Chelsea are going through? Chelsea have even placed the price above. It was 120 million that Manchester City were even contemplating. Now Chelsea has said is a bit above that. Now imagine Enzo Fernandez being above. That's not even a striker, that's a midfielder. Gordon that was signed to Barcelona, 80 million euros. Let's look at the strikers that have moved places. Ferran Torres that went to Paris Saint-Germain, how much is he? Morgan Rogers that moved to Chelsea, how much is he? They are not coming to tell me that Osimhen
is Morgan. No, let's talk about Morgan. Let's talk about Morgan Rogers and Osimhen.
Though Rogers, I will not say he's a striker, but imagine signing Rogers for that kind of amount. Look at what Atletico Madrid is doing with Alvarez. How much is Alvarez? Let's say they are not selling to Barcelona. The price tag that they fixed on him is 150. If they are not selling to Barcelona, so imagine Alvarez being 150. Are you not telling me that Alvarez is now better than Osimhen? Someone that has conquered the Italian Serie A, played for Napoli, helped them to win the league, coming to Galatasaray, also won the league, just like he has not featured for the Premier League. If he goes to Barcelona, I can tell you that Osimhen will score nothing less than 20 goals if he eventually goes to Barcelona. So you are not coming to fix a price tag on him to be below 70 million just because this young man did not feature in the World Cup. We do not have the avenue to watch him. So it is better to say that the visibility is not there. So you can't price him way above. But you know that any day, anytime, if you talk about world best 5 strikers, I can tell you that I'll put Osimhen's name there.
Well, let's mention. No, I don't like telling me. Let's mention the world best top 5 strikers.
Top 5 strikers now.
World best
right
strikers.
now.
Number 1,
Harry
Kane
Kane will be there. Mbappe will be there.
Mbappe. Okay, let's say Mbappe.
I'm not in any particular order. I'm just giving you Harry Kane, no particular order. Harry Kane, Mbappe will be there.
So that you don't.
There are 2 will be there. And Haaland is another person that will be there.
Okay.
So apart from these 3, the next person I'm going to call is Osimhen.
It's true.
So which other striker now will you now say is there above? I'm not going to rate João Pedro above Osimhen.
No,
if João Pedro is in Chelsea or is in a better club,
even Gyökeres, you can't compare.
Gyökeres is not even in the list of top 5. He's not even in the list of top 10.
Who's Gyökeres?
Gyökeres is not there. Sesko is not even there. So João Pedro is coming out because he's not close to. So if you look at the top 5, apart from these 3, who else? Dembele is not a proper 9. So you cannot be mentioning Dembele. Gonzalo Ramos is not a proper. He's from the flank. All those other Lamine Yamal is from the flank. Rafinha is from the flank. Semenyo is from the flank. So if you are looking at a top number 9, I'm not. There's no other name. I'm trying to look across all the other clubs. In Africa right now is Osimhen.
Okay. Let's talk about this. Looking at the scope that we have already generated, let's go down to the defense, because I was watching Chelsea's game on Chelsea versus Fulham on Monday, and it was a game that I was not expecting to go the way it had to go. Of course, I expected Fulham to go toe-to-toe, match toe-to-toe with Chelsea. Unfortunately for Fulham, they had to concede. Now, let's look at someone like Calvin Bassey. Calvin Bassey being Nigeria's very solid defender, seeing how he has played over the years. Is there any way Calvin Bassey would have had a better transfer if he went to the World Cup, if he was in the World Cup? Because that's what I'm saying. The problems we had in our country, in the that's why the NFF would have been dissolved since, because they're doing it late, just because these things. I feel because the election is around the corner. Election is around the corner, and there are certain things that they're doing so that they. I mean, even not just general elections in Nigeria. I'm talking about elections, as in the NFF election. So, I want to ask, who do you think in English League has more reps more than Calvin Bassey?
Calvin Bassey right now. You know, the major problem, just like you have said, is not going to the World Cup. That is the cause that, you know, the disadvantage that it has placed Nigerian players on in terms of visibility. That's just the major problem. Look at Morocco. Look at the squad of Morocco. Boadi, a young midfielder, not even up to 20, is costing Man City close to 100 million euros. Not even up to 18. Why? Because he went to the World Cup and performed. Not just going to the World Cup, he also performed. Hakimi today, if you go and price Hakimi, you will not hear anything less than 100 million. There's nobody going for Hakimi because they know the price tag will be very high. Not only Hakimi, if you go to Real Madrid, Brahim Diaz, how much do you think you get those players for? That's because of the exposure they have been through. The World Cup has exposed them. And so, and they performed well. Now imagine Nigeria was featured in the World Cup. Osimhen is one of our best talents in Nigeria currently, right now. And if you are pricing Osimhen less than 70 million, how much will you not be pricing Iwobi? How much will you not be pricing Lukman? How much will you not be pricing Calvin Bassey, Ndidi, Onachu, and the rest of them, Chukwueze? So at the end of the day, you see that there's just one constant factor. In mathematics, you say X is constant. That's just the constant. They did not go, there's no visibility. So these people will want to price them because they are not so aware. It's not that they are not aware. They know, of course, everybody witnessed Osimhen in Napoli. In his first pair with Galatasaray, people witnessed it. But they want to lean on that factor that, okay, he was not, Nigeria did not come home to the World Cup. So they will not want to be pricing their players to that extent because they did not feature in the World Cup. Because if not, tell me right now in football how Boadi will be more expensive than Osimhen. In football right now. Is it that he plays better, despite he's not a striker? Is it that he is more worthy to be? So you will see that it's not the issue.
I would not love you to go there because Boadi is a midfielder.
That's why I said they are not in the same position.
And
but
Boadi
in
was
terms
in
of
the
prices,
World Cup.
He went to the
and he performed.
At the end of the day, I've stated this. He performed. Yeah. So imagine Nigeria going to the World Cup. Let's leave. In fact, we'll not skate through more than the group stage, but we are there. Yeah. Cape Verde keeper, above 40 years, has been signed to a club.
That's Colo Colo.
So imagine that. It's not even in the 20s that you say, okay, you are still going for a keeper. Imagine going for a keeper above 40. Because he performed in the World Cup. The World Cup is the constant. You were there, he performed. So many people have been exposed through the World Cup to get a better club at the end of the day. Those that did not go to the World Cup are at a disadvantage.
Honestly,
that's just the summary of it all.
Honestly, I didn't expect Osimhen's price tag to be up to 60 whatever, because Osimhen plays in Turkish league. First, then second, he didn't go to the World Cup. But let him have it at the back of his mind that Turkish league will be more, how will I put it now, more competitive this season.
Of course.
Because of the caliber of players.
You saw the ones in Fenerbahce,
Trabzonspor, and all those things. So that's it.
Well, that's fine, and we're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to go right into the update that we have. Now, we're going to take a look at the Premier League fixtures that is coming up, the game that is coming up tomorrow, and that's Manchester United versus Ipswich Town. We're going to take a look at that. Then we're going to see the games that are happening today. Until that, let's take a short break. We'll arrive actually. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. It's still Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV, and we have been discussing about some of our own Nigerian strikers, some of our own Nigerian players, and we have been talking about Victor Osimhen having a price tag less than 70 million euros. And I want to let you guys tell us in the comment section what you guys think, so that it's not be like we are the ones, you know, giving this analysis. What is your own view? Do you think Victor Osimhen should be worth less than 70 million euros, or should be worth way above that? For we have said our own bit that we don't think Osimhen is worth less than 70. He should be within the range of, if not 90 above, at least 90 above. For me, that's the range Victor Osimhen should be right now. So don't forget to drop your comments on what you think that Osimhen should be worth. But moving forward, we are having the fixtures, of course. Manchester City versus Crystal Palace is coming up, and we are having in fact a lot of fixtures across the top 5 European leagues, talking about the Premier League, talking about the La Liga, talking about Serie A, French League, and don't forget German Bundesliga is also coming up. We not witnessed the Bundesliga last season. It was only the Super Cup, but now we are going to see the German Bundesliga coming up in full force, where Bayern Munich is taking on Stuttgart. But let's start a bit of Julian Alvarez. You know, he's still on the news. This young man is like someone that has been caged by Atletico Madrid, someone that is wanting freedom from that from that picture you are seeing. It's like someone that is crying for help, like, let me be, let me lose, let me go into the world and multiply. Alvarez just wants to go into the world and showcase his talent, but right now what we are having is like someone that has been caged by Atletico Madrid, because the odds for him leaving Atletico Madrid, I can tell you that it is very, very, very slim. If he's going to leave Atletico Madrid this season, it's going to take a lot to leave Atletico Madrid this season. And of course, he cannot go to Barcelona, because Atletico Madrid has stood their ground that they are not selling to Barcelona. They can sell to any other club. The
thing is that I always have an opinion about Julian Alvarez, because Julian Alvarez should understand that I cannot carry my weapon and give my enemies to kill me. If he was in the Premier League, I'm sure it would have been easier.
Even the La Liga is done.
No. See what I mean?
Yeah, Real Madrid sell to another club.
I know. But how many players have you seen moving from Real Madrid to Barcelona?
No, in La Liga it's even more common for players to
move.
Well,
how many players have you seen from Real Madrid? How many players have you seen moving from Real Madrid to Barcelona?
You have seen from Barcelona to Atletico Madrid.
Okay, what about Barcelona to Real Madrid?
To Sevilla. Barcelona to Real Madrid is very rare, because it's just like those two, they don't align.
No, that's
now this is Barcelona and Atletico Madrid, not Barcelona.
Okay, how many players in the past 3 years have you seen moving from Atletico Madrid to Barcelona and Barcelona to
Atletico Madrid? Are not really the threat. If it was Real Madrid that Alvarez is playing for, we can now say, okay, this is outright the rivalry. But Griezmann, he moved. He has moved from Barcelona to from Atletico Madrid to Barcelona and back to Atletico Madrid. So you see that, but these are not the major rivalry. It's just between Real Madrid and Barcelona. Now you coming from Atletico Madrid and saying this young man should not move to Barcelona. We understand that, yes, you don't want to sell your threat to Barcelona to come back and haunt you, but the young man wants to leave the club, and you have
I'm gonna bring Zola here into this conversation very fast, because Zola can give us a perspective that we may not have been seeing. Zola, what do you think about Atletico Madrid's Julian Alvarez trying to leave the club, forcing his way through?
Julian Alvarez leaving Atletico Madrid depends on two parties.
Okay.
Him and his agent and the club. Not him telling the club, okay, I want to play for so club. Remember what happened last season? He made a statement concerning his transfer to Barcelona, which Diego Simeone says something about it, that you are the one pushing for this transfer. I can mess you up. I can destroy. That was the statement the man made. I can destroy your talent. Okay. So no need of telling the club that. Let them go back to drawing board. Like I said a few days ago, let them go back to the drawing board. Discuss very, very well. Julian Alvarez should calm down. Discuss with the team. Let's know the outcome of the whole thing, and then maybe the transfer will go on. But from what I'm saying right now, I'm not seeing Julian Alvarez going to Barcelona. Atletico Madrid, they need a trophy.
Okay.
They want to need. I can't remember. Okay, what was? Can you tell me the last time they won La Liga? It's roughly 6-7 years ago. So
okay, we don't even have that. We can't even bring in that conversation.
Yes,
that's my own question. That's my own
calm
thought.
down and discuss very. Let him
but what if his contract gets to differ from the normal discussion? Okay, he cannot come down and discuss. He only would need to react to situations like he's reacting. Of course, he's sick from the news we are having. He's very sick. He's currently not getting himself. Let's not say he's overwhelmed with the situation. Let's call it malaria, or let's call it any. Let's say it's something. It's about stress and just mental exhaustion. What I'm asking should be: do you think that talking about it can help? Because we've seen that happen a lot of times. We saw Wayne Rooney. I always would have given that example in my commentary, especially when we are talking about players who has forcefully forced a move. We've seen likes of Wayne Rooney not forcing his way, but he did not force his way as he did as Julian Alvarez, and some of these players are doing that. You go as far as wearing the team's jersey. That's not making sense. That's not wise. It's not really wise. Now, I want to also bring something else to the table. While we're talking about players who has forced a move out of, do you guys realize that Jadon Sancho does not have a club now?
It's clubless. So Sancho is just another topic of discussion for another day. So that young man is just someone that I don't think football will favor anytime soon, because you are supposed to be a young talent. By now we are supposed to be looking at the prospect of you going for a bigger club. Jadon Sancho from Dortmund coming to Manchester United, moving on to Chelsea, then Aston Villa. What's the next move? He's not supposed to be somewhere bigger, maybe going to Barcelona, maybe going to Real Madrid, maybe coming back to Manchester City. The trajectory was supposed to be going forward. Now what we are having is that you are currently a free agent.
Yeah.
Not without any club, and no club is even showing interest. Where Dortmund, your former club, is supposed to be even showing interest. Okay, this was my former player that was doing well, but you can see Dortmund are not even interested. So it will be difficult for Jadon Sancho. You are trying to show yourself as a talent that people will miss. Meanwhile, nobody is missing you. You are just trying to come up with that agenda. Okay, if I'm not there, they will miss me. They will look for me. Meanwhile, nobody is even.
Meanwhile, nobody is even. So right now, it looks like he's not existing anymore.
He's just there. Nobody is looking for him. So just be in your own, atmosphere, in your own world, thinking that people are looking for you. Meanwhile, nobody is looking for you. We have seen so many talents come and just within a matter of months they are gone. A lot. So you are not the first person. Not come and be feeling you are so special that the world cannot do without you. Memphis Depay, where is it today? This was somebody that was supposed to be a great talent, that wore the number 7 jersey in Manchester United, but could not live to expectation. If you talk about, there are so many Dele Alli, where is it today? These were young talent that we are seeing that by the next 4-5 years we should be hearing one of the contenders for Ballon d'Or.
And another thing, if care is not taken, the same thing might even happen to Garnacho.
It's already happening to Garnacho.
The same thing.
What's the fate of Garnacho now? From Manchester United to Chelsea to Aston Villa. Even the Aston Villa has not been featured. So where next? Where next is he going to? Is he going to be going to Barcelona from Aston Villa?
I don't understand.
Is he going to Real Madrid from Aston Villa?
What kind of travel is that?
Probably that
from Aston Villa you are going to Barcelona.
Is Gordon? Where is he coming from? He's not from Newcastle.
But it's like something like that happened to Dembele or through injury. But after all said and Dembele
was even performing. He was performing, if not for injury.
Yes.
So he was still giving you a reason to feature him when he was in Barcelona, when he was having the injury crisis. You will still see the reason. Even in Dortmund, you see the reason. Now moving to Paris Saint-Germain, where he had to get the spotlight and everything. But is Garnacho giving you the reason to feature him?
When hope was lost, I mean in Dembele.
In Dembele, hope was lost. But in Garnacho now,
there's no hope.
Imagine Unai Emery losing against which match? Aston Villa played the match that they were losing. How many goals down? 3 goals down, and you will look at the bench, and the next person you will see is Garnacho.
You will remove your face.
Young man, you're supposed to be part of my team. That's what you mean. Because when you are having Morgan Rogers, you will see Watkins, you will see Digny, you will see some of those Tillermans, and you will say, okay, let me feature one of these people. Now you look back on the bench, and you see Garnacho in the first place. You just know that Jesus Christ said, "It is this is the end." No, this is where
this is the end.
He said, "This is the end." He spread his hand and said,
"You mistakenly call him a spectator."
Yeah, you that future. You okay, young man, go and jog. Let me see if I can. That thing will not come to Emirates. He will just say, "Okay, whoever is not playing well, let him just continue for the 90 minutes and let me just see this game through. If I'm losing 5 goals to nothing, let me just lose and go on." Because the person you are trying to bring in, has he made changes? When he was in Manchester United, was he making the changes? Now he moved to Chelsea. Was he making the changes? Now you are in Aston Villa. Is he now there that they will now feature you? So okay, come and be the game changer. That okay, we are 3-0 down. Let's see if Garnacho can help us. Someone like Lionel Messi, if you bring him 3-0 down, you will see that there is hope. If you bring in Lamine Yamal, you see there is hope. If you bring Mbappe, you see there is hope. If you bring Dembele, when Cristiano Ronaldo was still the Cristiano, you will see that there is hope. There are people you will bring in, you will see
bring
hope.
Good hope, Chukuma.
If you see good hope, Chukuma, you will see there is hope.
You will see there is
another future good hope than future Garnacho. I just let good hope, even with the name, I'll say, okay, there's good hope here.
There's
good hope.
There's hope.
But Garnacho is like
guys
in fact, there's no hope. Garnacho, we have said it over time.
Yeah.
This young man
and then
just do something else.
Talking about Garnacho, you have Ronaldo, you have Rivaldo, you have a lot of other Daudos. Now, looking at this guy who has shown that class, I don't know how we'll jump to Garnacho because we're talking about Sancho.
The two of them,
every Cho,
Sancho and Garnacho.
So the Chos,
they should remove. You know, those days where we had the names ending with O, they were mostly Brazilians. So you see Rivaldo, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho. You know that these guys are great players.
Do you know
this time around when you are ending with O,
Ronaldinho is having a great season more than Garnacho and Sancho.
Of course, he's having a great season.
And he scored.
He scored, of course, in his debut match, and you will see that he's doing better. Yes. So I think Garnacho, if Ronaldinho is in Serie C, Garnacho should go to Serie G. Where he should not be playing the same league with Ronaldinho.
Yeah, he should not be playing the same.
He cannot be playing the same. So you should go to somewhere far, maybe let's say South African Division 3.
But I'm praying for him. I'm praying
to do what? How long can you pray? How long can you pray? Garnacho was in Manchester United. Manchester United fans were praying that he should come back, be the Garnacho. And we thought, okay, we have seen it all. He went to Chelsea. And Chelsea started praying.
Man U is bigger than him.
Chelsea is bigger than him.
I swear.
Aston Villa is also bigger than him.
It's not bigger than him.
No.
Let him stay there and play with his
Don't forget Aston Villa is a big club.
Big team,
Aston Villa is actually a big
club. So you say Aston Villa is also bigger than him.
We saw what happened during the transfer. Aston Villa has not been able to recover. Selling the likes of Tielemans, Morgan Rogers, they're still struggling. But even though we are having in the news that Mbaye has actually agreed to personal terms with Aston Villa right now, so that means there's progress that Unai Emery would be having, seeing that the deadline to the transfer window is in 2 days time, right? In just few days, we'll be done with the transfer window. So I feel there's a lot of need for that team. Now let's talk about let's before we go on a short break, just a short break before we round up the show. Let's talk about do you think Manchester United would eventually amount to something this season? Do you think in the Champions League draw there's someone that could win? Let's take a dive into the Champions League draw, because seeing Manchester United going to play against Bayern Munich playing against Manchester United, Villarreal playing against Manchester United, then Como playing against Manchester United, the newly promoted Champions League, Atletico Madrid. You see, so that means, who do you think? How many points will Manchester United?
Sporting Leipzig.
From what we are having here, I can tell you that Manchester United should win a great number of matches here.
Is it with the caliber of players that we have?
Yes,
Manchester United
they have the caliber of players.
Manchester has quality players, so
no, it's just a question.
Undermine the fact that they lost 2-0 to Arsenal.
Okay, we didn't even talk about Rashford. Okay. Did you see Rashford dribbling?
That match,
That match. Did you see what Rashford was doing? He was dealing with that. He was a special dealing. Say, young man, I will deal with you now. Let's play. He dealt with that guy.
But now striking force, that's where I'm having an issue.
No,
with Manchester United.
No, the issue about that striking force is because Ahmad is injured. Ahmad is injured.
Mbemo is there.
Mbemo is there. Mbemo cannot play. Listen, Mbemo cannot play. Mbemo can be a striker, which is even better than Kunha. Mbemo as a striker is better than Kunha. Every day, I will choose Mbemo. But Mbemo needs to play his wing. And Kunha needs to play in the midfield. Needs to play 9. Then, Dogu, the self-acclaimed
Valencia of Manchester
Athletic Valencia of Manchester United. You know, one thing I won't really, if I was the coach of Manchester, if I was Michael Carrick, I wouldn't really blame you blame about Dogu. I would say, tell you are not serious. You know why?
Okay, how many strikers the man have? How many strikers?
No, you two strikers. No, that's okay for a season. That's okay. Even Barcelona does not have. Even Barca does not have a striker.
And Joshua Zexi.
In fact, Zexi is about to be.
So you can call Zexi as a top striker.
Well, Zexi is in
Can you deliver?
No. See, let me tell you guys. Zexi is about to be signed to Fiorentina. Zexi is about to be signed to Fiorentina. If he's going to on 7.5 million euros.
So cheap.
Yeah, it's so cheap, and at least it's transfer. Something is happening. If players are leaving Manchester United, Toby Collier is going.
How can Zexi be that? If the lap
is a loan,
despite being a loan, if the lap is going to cost even above 40 million euros to Nottingham Forest, being their record signing.
Let me tell you guys something. There's something about teams like Manchester United. For instance, you will see Real Madrid selling players to Manchester United. You see Manchester United selling. The last time Manchester United sold a player to Real Madrid that was a record was Cristiano Ronaldo, basically. And then you see the likes of Rafael Varane coming from Real Madrid, likes of Mesut Ozil. These people came from Madrid. Ozil played for Arsenal. You know, Di Maria, Casemiro. You see, and there are some other rumors about other people playing. Now, the thing is that it's not as it's a transfer. Now, Zexi is leaving, Toby Collier is leaving, two players are leaving. What's his name? The young player, that's a very young player, Manchester United, Ariamas.
So you are counting on Collier?
No. Collier is out now. Ariamas, these 3 players are leaving. They are leaving to find maybe play their game somewhere else. The problem is, or would be, the question would be, before the window, how many players will come in to replace? Because Manchester United needs a position of a striking force. Even as Liverpool has signed Bacola, of course, it's an agreement. Anything that's an agreement could be verbal, and this verbal agreement could fall out. Now, Mbaye is going to Aston Villa. That's what we are seeing in the news. That's what we saw in the news. Now, we are also seeing other players moving to different clubs. I'm sure that the quality that is needed to win games has arrived. Talking about the arrival of Baliba, not Baleba, because I really have to pronounce his name where I'm a Baliba. I'm a believer. I'm a Baliba. You know, that kind of a thing. So, looking at that quality that Manchester United has, especially in the midfield, I can tell you, in English football, there's only few midfield you could count such quality players that you have in Manchester United. If you are counting Manchester City, counting Chelsea, you are counting Manchester United, counting Arsenal, counting Liverpool, these top 5 midfields are very, very crucial. So they have reinforced their midfield, but there's a need to reinforce the wing and also to reinforce. So I'm sure Rashford is someone that you can write home about. It's just that he may not be able to take up the whole thing.
Yeah, it's true. You just made mention of 5 teams that are well to go, well to do, but forgetting Manchester United still needs strikers. Earlier on, you said something about Ahmad. Ahmad operates from flank. Mboma as well operates from flank.
Yeah.
What's the name again? Kunha from midfield.
Yeah.
Then who will do the scoring? Who will do the scoring at the end of the day?
They have Sesko.
Sesko. To me, Sesko is sluggish. Can Sesko play against Como? Atletico Madrid. All these champions.
Bayern Munich.
You people telling me
no, definitely they still need another striker.
Yes, Manchester United.
Mbemo will now be converted to a number 9.
It's not
just like Ahmad is injured. Will you now convert Mbemo to number 9?
Even till tomorrow, Sesko and what's the name again? Welbeck. I will take Welbeck.
Welbeck is a Premier League proven striker, of course, so he has to come ahead of Sesko.
Sesko is overrated to me. That personally, Sesko is overrated. So Manchester United need strikers. Yes, we have midfield from flank, all those things, but striking force, we don't have it. We don't have it.
Well, it's something that we're going to look into. But while we're still talking about this, let's just take a little look at how it's going to be in the Champions League. Let's talk about the, fixtures. Let's use it and wrap up the show. The fixtures that was released by UEFA, how it's going to be, and what we are expected to see just in the nick of time. Arsenal is going to face Real Madrid. Who saw this coming?
Well, thank God it's a Champions League, like a group phase. It's not like, then we used to have where you have different groups from group A to about group H or so. Then you now have 4 people in that group where you have to go play home and you play away. Now it's like a season kind of thing where you have to play several teams. Talking about Arsenal fixtures that was just displayed just now, you are going to play Real Madrid, Arsenal is going to play Bayern Munich, Arsenal is going to play Dortmund, they are going to play Real Betis, they are going to play Lille, they are going to play Napoli, Sava and Slavia. So at the end of the day, the points that you missed out, maybe you lost out. Don't forget last season Arsenal were unbeaten.
In the Champions League,
unbeaten.
Yes.
Till the final day where they are, in fact, as at full time they were still unbeaten. So it's going to be difficult to rule out that.
It looks like you are now an Arsenal fan.
I'm not an Arsenal. I'm just remind you that these people, they met a lot of good teams. They played Bayern Munich in that Champions League season. They were the one that even won Bayern Munich, that have to deliver Bayern Munich their first loss of that season. So these people, they are a formidable force for me. These are one, in fact, is the best Premier. I can boldly tell you right now, they are one of the best in the Premier League. So don't just underrate Arsenal. Coming to say Real Madrid, Bayern Munich should beat them is not. We are not going to say that. In fact, it's going to be difficult for Real Madrid to even get a win, because Arsenal also played Real Madrid in the Champions League. Where Declan Rice had to be scoring some free kick where you never expected him to score. He scored those amazing free kick.
I'm not even seeing any team that will stop Arsenal.
That will stop. So right now, Paris Saint-Germain that won Arsenal in the final. You saw what
you mean. Real Madrid cannot win Arsenal.
I can't tell you that Real Madrid is going to beat Arsenal right now.
I'm not saying.
Why do you feel that Real Madrid should beat Arsenal?
Why do you feel Real Madrid cannot beat Arsenal?
Real Madrid are just coming together.
Arsenal is well.
They are just coming together. Jose Mourinho is just coming to the team.
I hope you know that there's going to be some outgoings in Arsenal.
I mean, who is going out?
Gabriel Martinelli and Gabriel Jesus.
Are those people starting lineup?
They are not.
So if they're going out, it's not consequential for
Gabriel Jesus because of injury.
Gabriel Jesus is probably leaving. Martinelli is probably leaving, but these are not even the starting lineup. So if they are leaving, just like someone on the bench leaving, it's not impacting much on the squad. If you are talking about a first starter, talking about someone like Odegaard leaving, I might say, okay, this is going to impact. Saliba leaving, it's going to impact. Timber leaving, David Raya leaving, it's going to impact well on the boards. These are people that they bring in. How many matches did Gabriel Jesus feature in the just concluded season? I don't think it's even up to 20. Martinelli always come from the bench, so you see that they can do without these people. So Arsenal in this group, I can tell you that Arsenal they will skate through. Apart from Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, who seems to be the threat here, Dortmund is not. I can't say Dortmund will beat Arsenal any day, anytime. Real Betis, Lille, Napoli, Saba, and Slavia Prague, Arsenal will skate through. So for me, Arsenal are going to skate through in this phase. But if I want to take away Arsenal's group, I want to move into a much team that we can see if they are probably going to skate through. That's Liverpool, having to play Atletico, who are, will I say, in the same range with Liverpool. Atletico Madrid, Liverpool, I can't say anybody is better than the other. Liverpool are in that same segment that you can place Atletico Madrid. Inter Milan, another formidable team. Yes. Is Liverpool going to beat Inter Milan at this stage? Porto, FC Porto, is Liverpool going to beat Porto at this stage? So you see that these are all that difficult fixtures that we are going to see in the Champions League. So let's just leave Champions League aside. Let's
just leave Champions League aside, and it's better that we carry the conversations until the resumption of the league proper, because I'm sure that there will be some playing and some shocks that will come to football fans. And this is where we're calling it a day on this edition. And I hope you really had a good time watching. Until we come your way, I want you to know that it's a beautiful time. It's a beautiful moment hanging out with us on Aneke TV Sports. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching.
All right, I remember your humble host worldwide saying, have a lovely weekend. Bye-bye.
Keep watching Aneke TV. That's the best place to be.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
As Nigerian students prepare for life after graduation, while celebrating the Students' Week, the choice between securing a paid job and venturing into entrepreneurship remains a growing conversation. So what do students think young Nigerians should prioritize? We took to the school community to find out.
Well, both of them comes with great advantage and disadvantage, but definitely would always pick entrepreneurship. That's owning your own business, right? Yes. Most persons would actually want to go for, employment. They don't have to stress their head in being innovative, being eventful. That's when it comes to being an entrepreneur. These are the criteria for you to be an entrepreneur. But you just be an employer or something, you just don't need something much. Just do your thing and get paid. Me, entrepreneur, that's me. Because I get to decide my own time, my capital, everything. See, everything just falls on me. Like, I know that, yes, I solely depend on myself, and I don't have to depend on anybody to do it.
For me, I already know that I am going to be employed after school, but I have a skill as well. Like, I do my own business, and I would advise anybody to also be self-employed. I prefer entrepreneurship, though you can as well grab the opportunity if you are being employed or elsewhere, but for you to survive in this Nigeria's economy of the country is, I don't expect you to just be waiting for employment. Yes, because it's a self-owned opportunity or job that you can do on your own, get your money, and know how you go about it. Not about waiting for salaries and all that. And to the way the country is now, before you get a nice job that will be well paid, that can sustain you, it's very difficult, and probably it's through connection. And most people don't have that connection.
For these students, the choice between employment and entrepreneurship reflects different aspirations, priorities, and expectations for the future. While some value the stability of a paid job, others are drawn to the independence and opportunities that come with building their own businesses.
I think entrepreneurship is actually the moving train. Let me put it like that, the moving train, because when you wait for employment, people that are even before us, that's graduated before us, I don't think they even have space for employment in this country, and especially in this our country here, where you know that you know somebody to know somebody before you can get a good employment. It's not the most employment that exists now. It's just all this restaurant, sales girl, secretary. But for our own level of education, I think entrepreneurship is the best, because that's the more moving thing now in our country. Even with entrepreneurship, education is still a very high demand. It's still very good. Even when you want to start entrepreneurship, it's good to be educated. When you're educated, it even makes the business you're starting to be more understandable, more explainable, more productive. Let me put it, more productive. Yes.
Actually, for me, I already have what I'm doing. I'm a content creator, and kind of doing a bit well, yeah. So for me, life after school is not going to be an issue for me. As far as I keep grinding and doing what I'm doing, I think life after school is not going to be any problem for me. And about employment, I'm not going to bother about who should employ me. I'm the one that's supposed to employ somebody else to even work for me. The advice I'll give to undergraduates is that they should venture into content creating. School is important, very important, but in our country, school cannot lead you to anywhere. Instead, after you graduate, you will find work highest 100,000, like 70,000. If you check how much do you spend, your house rent, your daily feeding, emergency money, all this kind of thing, like all those work, it cannot help you. So my advice to them is they should venture into content. It actually pays. It might not be paying you that big, but at least you'll be seeing the money that you'll be using to be eat every day.
I will face more on entrepreneurship, because I believe that I have this talent that I need to explore more, so I'll go for entrepreneurship. It's a best choice, because one, you don't have to go and be looking for jobs. One, you have to be your boss of your own self. Just do everything on your own. Just be free from all commands. You have to have talent to become an entrepreneur. That is the main thing of becoming an entrepreneur.
The responses show that while some students favor the stability of employment, others see entrepreneurship as a pathway to independence and job creation. Ultimately, the choice may depend on individual goals, skills, and opportunities. Reporting for Aneke TV, I am Sharon Uche.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.